I seem maybe like a nice person, but in game, I'm completely different. My name is Vincent Fortin, and my in-game name is Pamstu. My parents were like not sure of it and maybe not that much supportive, but my dad always just believes in me. Even to this day, he goes to every event I played and watch me a lot. Yeah, I do have a brother and he usually plays a lot of video games, and back in the days we always used to like compete against each other. Beating him when I was young was like such an achievement. Yeah, my mindset is always to win no matter what. I always just played sport, which kind of like led me to being very competitive. I played badminton a little bit, but I didn't play like in high level. I just played with my family and my cousins. I mean, Fortnite is a very competitive game. You have 100 players, so you need to like be on the top. And sports is a bit like the same, where you have to always beat a team. And that's what I always wanted in my life, to be a competitor. I used to compete against like team in my region, and now I competed like the best player in Fortnite. So I feel like it's not the same level, but you can relate. It's very hard to have a good balance between life, school, and everything. But I really have a good schedule, which make it very easy. I just go to school, then when I come back, do a little bit of exercises. They say if I have something to do, if it's cool, or just talking to my parents, then I play Fortnite. My favorite subject in school is math. My playstyle is really fast, so I guess it can like relate with math, because in math you have like a certain times to do a certain problem, especially in school. So I feel like in Fortnite it's almost the same, because sometimes you have no times to think about what you need to do, and you need to think quick. Obviously, getting a mental reset after a game it's hard, but I do it with my teammate Fash. We just usually talk about what went wrong and just really going forwards about what we're gonna do in the next game, which makes it very easily. I usually also just get out of my PC just to think a little bit about other things in life. I think the loyalty between me and Fetch is something very good because I can always trust Fetch and I always know that we're gonna stick together. Last chapter, we peaked 3rd place in one of the FNCS. I think this is only the beginning, and I don't think this is the peak of us. We are playing every single tournament that we can and making sure that every single mistake we fix before the qualifier. I think in a year or two, I'll be very more successful, I'm guessing, and I really want to just improve my game and just be at the top of level. I'm gonna place 1st place. I'm saying it, I'm ready to take it home.
This is the Global Championship.
The best players in the world all battling it out.
Insane matches already today.
These are the moments that make these players championship material.
One chance to make it happen, and they take it by force.
It is going to be absolutely insane.
Can you feel it? Because tension is in the air tonight as we have our last lobby before grand finals of the Major 3 FNCS. Series points is what's up for grabs tonight, and a bunch of teams need this badly. One of the teams that are in a good spot but needs to secure their slot is Peterbot and Larson. This duo has only had 2 weeks of play since they weren't a duo back in week 1, but now they're almost ready for the grand finals. Let's see them make it tonight. The duo of Mudhut Boy and Chris is also a team that could make it tonight, and if everything goes according to plan, they can call themselves grand finalists as well in a few hours. They got to keep their head in the game, though, because nothing's safe just yet. So can they keep calm? Lastly, we have Moo and Bacon. Currently outside the threshold, however, it is realistic for them to make an upset in the leaderboard tonight and rake in those last crucial series points in order to join the remaining teams in the grand finals of NA. All the NA teams know that the Major 3 Grand Finals matters more than ever if they want to get a spot in the upper bracket of the Global Championship. If they miss this chance tonight, then they only have one shot left in the Last Chance Major. So let's see who makes it to the Major 3 Grand Finals. This is the NA FNCS.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? It is fantastic to see all of you. Welcome back to the FNCS. Yesterday, EU took the stage, and there were some crazy games over there. But now in NA, here we are to pick up the pieces and try and make sense of the final week here before Grand Finals. Many duos are looking to just get a couple more series points to secure their spot in Grand Finals, and today's the day to make that happen. Now, before we get into the competition, of course, I got to remind you about Legends Landing. If maybe you're new to Fortnite, you've never checked it out before, hop in. The island code is right here on screen right now. There's box fights, there's build fights, there's actually like a hall of legends where you can go back and see previous FNCS winners, and of course, a display for the active champions and so much more. Stop on by Legends Landing whenever you have a chance. You can also watch the FNCS, play a little, watch a little. It's super dope. Legends Landing, check it out. Now, of course, we have some analysts who will be helping us break down and dissect everything we see today. It's none other than the best Taco and Vivid who will be helping us make sense of what it is we're going to see. Friends, welcome to the show.
Appreciate it, Zeke. As always, can you feel it? The last week, the last ride, until Grand Finals, that is.
Yeah, of course. Listen, a couple of these teams tonight have to go ahead and make sure they get just a couple more series points to make sure we can see them in the Grand Finals. Can't wait to see how they do.
Well, Viv, I want to just jump right into it. Let's talk about that series point leaderboard. We talked about it over in EU, but now North America, what is going on? So we take a look. This is our top 10. Now, we've got some names you're used to seeing, right? Yamzone Rise, Acorn and Cold, Bucky Okus, Aegis Kanata, Pollo Sphinx. Names we've seen kind of for the last few weeks. Let's talk about the duos on the bubble. The duos that are coming in today saying we have to have a good performance if we want to keep the FNCS stream alive. I'd like to turn attention here to 59th, Mud Hut Boy, who's fast, and then Chris. What do these guys need to place if they want to kind of find themselves in that top 50?
As far as Mudhead Boy and Chris are concerned, it's going to be a 36 or higher placement that'll be able to secure them a Grand Finals qual here today. But you have to remember that this is a duo that has had a little bit of a shift since week 2. We saw them over in Mega City. Not the greatest week there either in week 2 finals because they finished at 44th. And keep in mind, they need 36th or better today. So let's hope that that switch in draw spots over to Shattered Slabs works out in their favor.
Yeah, and the thing about last week's 44th placement was that they were alive for 20 minutes, which is, very late into the game, a lot of the games, but they only managed to get 21 points over the course of 6 games last week while being uncontested. So we're going to have to see if they can flip the switch here whilst they are contested this week.
I love to see it. So that's a look at a duo just outside the bubble, right? Let's dive deeper. Let's take a look and jump from the 50 through 59th all the way down from the 70th to the 79th place. Okay, 2 duos we want to highlight here. First, we've talked about a little bit, Moo and Bacon there at the top of your screen. If I understand correctly, these guys need about a 13th or higher if they want to make sure they can make it to Grand Finals.
Definitely no easy feat, especially to try and accomplish in a set lobby. But also keep in mind an interesting fact about Moo and Bacon is that if they do manage to secure their quals for Grands today, then both of them will have competed in every single major Grand so far with different duos the entire time.
Wow, yeah, that's crazy. But the crazy thing is that this duo, this major, this is their first weekly final that we're going to be seeing them in, as they just barely missed out on finals range last week. So hopefully they put a little bit more prep time into this week.
Absolutely. So once again, we come back to the leaderboard. We talked about that duo in the first place, right? 70th place. Let's look at the duo right below them. Swexy and Omisi there in 71st place. Okay, so we've looked at 36 or higher to be comfortable. 13th or higher, what do these guys need?
Well, this is an 8th or higher placement that is required here. And again, we're already talking about how even accomplishing top 13 is going to be difficult. But for Swexy and Omizi, this is a relatively inexperienced duo. And the scary part to think about is that at their drop, they're going to be contested by Yuumi and Source. And you have to keep in mind, Yuumi and Source, they're already qualified to Grand. So that could pose some threats here for Swexy and Omizi's first opportunity to try and qual to their first ever Grand Finals.
Yeah, and a little bit inexperienced as well, as this will be the first time we see them in a weekly final during this major.
Absolutely. So we kind of talked about these duos. I want to once again, let's just keep going deeper down the rabbit hole. Let's talk about their drop spots. Taco, you kind of talked about it. If we start with Swexy and Omizi, this last duo we talked about, they're actually landing over on Slappy Shore, going up against Yuumi and Source. How do we expect this to kind of go?
Look, if I'm Yuumi or Source, I am going as aggressively as possible into Swexy and Omizi. I'm defending my drop. I'm not giving these guys an opportunity to look to challenge me in Grands.
Oh yeah, 100%. You definitely want to defend that, but looking a little bit to the west towards where Moo and Bacon will be landing at the Sun Swoon Lagoon, and similar situation, they're going to be going up against a team who is also pretty much guaranteed a grand finals slot. So there's a lot of tension going on at these drop spots so far.
And again, while we're on the topic of contested duos, we're looking at Mud Hut Boy and Chris, who are going to be a little bit more contested here at Shattered Slabs against a Script and Flood. And again, maybe that contest works out in their favor because 44th in week 2, maybe 36 or higher here in week 3.
Okay, so there you go. So all these duos that we've talked about and have highlighted for you, they have a Herculean task, to say the very least. Much is on the line here for them today. So remember, as we're watching these duos go head-to-head, them being eliminated either off-spawn or way too early is going to be very, very bad for the duo, but we continue the ball rolling. My favorite part of these type of shows is actually we get to talk to players. We get to get in their very minds and ask them a couple questions as we prepare for the show. And we have one for you. It is Larson, who is paired up with Peterbot, who will be joining us. Larson, what is going on, man?
What's up?
How you feeling? How does it feel coming into the competition? I know you guys did not get to play together in week number 1. And now you guys are coming into week number 2. You guys, we're kind of contested off spawn. What's the strategy coming into this week?
I can't leak too many strategies, but we got a few things we're ready for, and I'm confident we can do good this finals.
Well, Larson, it's kind of interesting because in week 1, you knew that Peterbot already had a duo. So what was kind of the thought process for you, and what made you really decide that Peterbot had to be your duo for the remaining 2 weeks?
So in week 1, I played with Chimp. We didn't end up qualifying out of opens, so I just DM'd Peterbot because he wasn't really confident with his teammate Kwani, and then we just ran it up for week 2, and now we're here.
Nice. Some things just end up working out. Now that you are duoed up with Peterbot, tell us a little bit about the dynamic, like who's making the calls, how is it playing with Peterbot, stuff like that.
Peterbot is IGLing, and he recently moved with 0 ping, so we're really crazy together. We pick up a lot of elims together, and I'm just confident.
Larson, and what is your X factor? What's the thing that you're bringing to this duo end of the game that you feel like everyone else around you, they need to be careful of?
You just gotta be careful of me sticking your back tarp, shoulder pumping you.
There you go, man. Well, thank you so much for your time, man. We appreciate it. And of course, best of luck at the competition today, man.
Yep, thank you.
There you go. So Larson duoed up with Peterbot. Once again, they didn't play together week 1. They came together week 2. Had a pretty good week 2. And now in week 3, they just want to make sure they can make the grand finals. For this duo, do you guys expect them to perform well tonight? Is there anything that could maybe cause them to stumble at all?
Well, I actually really like the fact that Larson went ahead and mentioned Peterbot with the 0 ping, because when you think about the fact that they are going to have a slight contest at their drop spot, because they're landing right in between Hidden Ruin and Kapot Cove, which is part of the jungle biome of the map. And the thing is that he said they're crazy. They can get the elims, and lately in week 2, they proved that if they won the off spawn, then they were looking great for the rest of the game.
Yeah, good point. Of course, they are going to be going up against a different duo this week, right? So maybe some things will have to be, switched up and whatnot. But speaking about how they did last week, like we mentioned, they were contested last week, still ended up doing well enough to pretty much already be qualified for grand finals. And they ended up going 4-2 off spawn. So I'm expecting them, honestly, to have the edge coming into today.
Okay, so this is giving me like mad parallel vibes, okay? Obviously, Peterbot, Larson, they're doing well. But the parallels I'm drawing here are like Muzz and Paper, right? Another duo that they had like a rough beginning. Week 2 came back, they placed 6th. And now they're here again in week 3 rather, trying to make it to grand finals. Let's talk about this duo and maybe expectations for them coming in.
I mean, Muzz alone is such a highly regarded player in the North American scene. Always have to give the friendly shout out to being the Oshi import to the region. But in NA with Paper, I mean, he struggled a little bit to find a duo in the first place for this major, but he's looked as though he's meshed really well with Paper's playstyle. And I think that most importantly of all is that this duo is just constantly being proactive, constantly trying to keep their spatial awareness. And these combat caches, they play such a pivotal part in their flow throughout a match.
Yeah, but even though they're going to go ahead and find the combat caster, they're like, you know what, listen, we're not going to just sit around and wait for the loot to pop out of this thing. Let's go get some Storm Surgeon. And you can see it right here unfolded. They go ahead, they look for a team to get some early shots in. They actually end up getting an elimination, and double that, they find his teammate as well. So 2 eliminations, a lot of Storm Surge, and the fact that we also saw them grab up that cache means that they have plenty of loot to go into the end game as well.
And the end game is not easy by any means. Both of these players, though, with so much individual experience that when they combine, it's just all about the positioning. Because again, talking about that spatial awareness, this duo does an incredible job in terms of just understanding where their priority rotation should be at. They're always consistent in the fact that they're not trying to just like linger in the more congested areas of a zone. It just seems as though Muzz and Paper in particular, they tend to prioritize making sure they get that Storm Surge early on, so then they can just focus exclusively on their positioning as the mid-game develops.
Yeah, and when you go ahead and get that early Storm Surge, that early loot, right, what can you really do with that advantage? Well, you go to a spot on the map that is very, very good, and in this instance, in 4th zone, they're going to go ahead and take dead center of the storm. Now, basically what that ends up meaning is that when next zone pops, they're pretty much guaranteed to be within it or very, very close to it. And just like I mentioned, they are in the next 5th zone. But as you can see, they're a little bit south, and all of the other teams on the map are also going to be rotating from the south. So that side will end up being congested. So they're like, you know what? We already have loot. We already have Storm Surge. Let's even rotate further, even though we are already in the zone. And they go ahead and make that rotate right back into the next center of 5th zone, and as you can see here, ends up being a very, very good position for them. And plays like this, right, that experience out of Muzz is why they got 6th place last week, even though they unfortunately didn't even make it out of opens in week 1. So I'm excited to see what they got for week 3.
All right, and speaking of week 3, it's almost that time. I'd love to just get quick thoughts on what your guys' expectations coming into today.
I just want to see some pop-offs, and it would be cool for Moo and Bacon as well if they manage to make it to Grants.
You know, listen, I mean, more Yamzo and Rise domination. Maybe we'll see some Acorn and Cold pop-offs. I know that Bucky and Okus, they're looking to make this one of the last times they actually get to practice because for some reason Okus is going on vacation this week. I don't know what that's about. But yeah, we'll have to see how they do as well.
All right, well, it's that time. The competition is ready. The battle bus is ready to go. And of course, your casters, 11-2K and Jacob PR, are as well. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Zeke and our analysts, breaking down and laying the foundation of what we're going to see today. There's teams that already got their spot, but more importantly, it's those teams that we're looking at that still need to punch their ticket to the grand final.
There's a lot of pressure on these guys, right? If you're coming into a lobby knowing these 6 games have to be top form from you, like that's a lot of pressure that when you look at some of those names, a lot of them haven't been used to that kind of pressure. A lot of them haven't even ever been to a grand finals, right? And so it's like today is really going to be a special day, not just for them, but for us to watch and see how it all unfolds. I'm very, very excited, Jacob.
No, I'm definitely excited. I like the one name they mentioned, Bucky and Okus, going ahead and making sure that they condition teams for that Rift Island.
Yeah, we know they want to play for it. Every single opportunity they can to take it, they're going to be there. And to be fair, when they've been up there in a lot of these weeks, they've been dominating. I don't think if you're another team in the lobby, you really want to fight those guys. Definitely been one of the better teams in that sense, but they need to be doing more after the fact as well. And that all starts here in game number 1. Let's jump right into the action.
On the NA side of things, we got a little bit of a different play style, and that's what I like to see in Fortnite. No matter what region you look at, they change up the meta just a little bit. And on the NA side, they like to fight, and this is going to be a fight throughout the next 6 games. We talked about the teams that need to play well today in order to qualify, but there's teams that we've talked about that need to condition teams. This is important, vital practice in a finals lobby in which you can't really get anywhere else.
I think the big thing is that as much as there is elements of practice, this is one of the lobbies that is less like practice for Grands when you look at the qualifying weeks, just because of so many teams, so many players are playing with different intentions in mind, right? Not, hey, we need to qualify. It's, hey, we've qualified, let's secure our spot even more. Let's give a tough time for all the teams around us that haven't maybe qualified. And in that sense, it can be a tough lobby to play, just because if you're one of those teams that has to play with the mindset of, hey, let's qualify, how you actually approach the lobby will be different to what you've had to do anywhere else.
This approach from Umeezy and Swexy is a brave one. They still need to earn their spot themselves, and they're one of the teams that need a massive finish in order to make it there. But if they do, they'll create history for themselves. It'll be their first grand finals in which they get to play in, and that's something that is special around the lobby for a lot of teams. But at Slappy Shore, the south side is contested right out of the gates. Yuumi and Source, they know it. They split it, and they completely disengage towards the rest of the map. Meanwhile, towards the north side, Miro and Cooper, smooth sailing to get all the loot they want.
The fight here at Lonely's again.
One side of the map to another, though. This is what we kind of predicted to see very, very early on. The early game skirmishes. Players, especially in these contested drops, they don't want to let all of that loot go away for free as Vortex is just trying to break in. Kix is already there, has to be careful. Fusiak is just immediately trying to disengage and move back, but he gets trapped in the attic and taken down.
Really nicely done, forcing the issue with the SMG. Not many things you can do when someone's running at you with that weapon in your face.
Interesting this time around. Typically in the past couple weeks in which we've seen Bugha and Threats, they split this drop, and it is a wide split drop where they can gobble up a lot of the loot, and at times they tend to reach on over towards Kenjutsu's Crossing, but that side of the map, of their loot path, is going to be contested by Pate and Cardi. It's almost a blessing and a curse. You get your loot stolen, we get an opportunity for early game surge.
Yeah, and they're an example of a team that I really expect to see some wild things from, just because of how much more secure their position is in the series point leaderboard. I think when it comes to Epic and Clicks, obviously a lot of expectations built up around these two. But do you think they're going to start delivering on those expectations, Jacob? Do you see these guys as a potential challenger here in NA when it comes grand final time?
For the past couple weeks, I was on the fence, believe it or not, with how well Epic has been on NA, and then Clix as well. But Clix actually decided to change things up. He didn't necessarily stream himself, and I think that gave him and Epic a whole new load of confidence. And I think that is what's going to make the difference. And they could be one of those teams that grabs the 10 spots that are up for grabs this major for grand finals. But Peterbot and Larson, they haven't yet punched their ticket there, guaranteed, and he's going to have to fight for it here in the early game battle. He's doing a good job of backing off his opponents, even boxing him up. That's Lawrence and Tavern on the other side in their round 2. They won their first game. They got off to a good start, and they're doing the same thing here.
Really tough spot to be in for Peterbot. Just sort of playing around with these edits, trying to find different angles.
Wow.
And these two teams have been fighting each other constantly since both teams have been formed. And it swings in either direction, it seems, at different times. You've even seen some crazy fights between them.
Oh,
and we've seen some crazier clutches. Peterbot now looking to pull off another. Peterbot picks up Lawrence and is now looking for the second. Wow. Peterbot.
Okay. I feel like that was revenge. Quanti did a very, very similar thing to them last week, but Peterbot, and that's exactly what you want to have if you're Larson or if you're any fans of Peterbot in general. We know his potential. We know how mechanically skilled he can be, and he's showing it yet again by taking down both Lawrence and Tavern in a 1v2 situation, and this is something going into the grand finals that you need to continue that momentum.
1v2 with 40 HP at that. Like, unbelievable scenes there from Peterbot. That's why he's a player who a lot of us look at and go, look, we want to see this guy competing for the titles in NA. He's done it before. He knows how to win. But he hasn't quite found that winning formula with a teammate for a while.
Sometimes you could be some of the best players in the world and it not work out due to chemistry. Some would say even due to vibes, as Notch was trying to close in on Moo and Bacon. So much to fight here for the low ground. And Bacon's just getting tagged up on the other side. Wavy, Jacob, and Notch doing a good job of just surrounding and hounding, taking down Bacon. Moo is just under pressure, under siege. He's soon to follow. And a great start for both Notch and Wavy, Jacob.
Not the greatest start for Moo there. We know how big of a week has to be for him. We've not really got to watch them much, and it won't be the case here in game one either. We're not going to get to watch them. Notch and Wavy Jacob doing great to start off the game.
Everybody around the lobby. No room for mistakes, even in the early portions. And you got Baka and Pars here. Some would think they're probably one of the favorites to grab one of those 10 spots with how well they have been playing recently, from Cash Cups to previous FNCS rounds to even the last major in Major 2. They've been slowly but surely progressing as a team, and particularly individuals as well. They both have so much experience in the international stage as well due to the FNCS Invitational last year. Right out of the gates, they're able to take down Zukis. They're just trying to claim Misty Meadows to themselves, just in case the vault goes in that direction.
I like that. Always like my sneaky beaky plays.
Ritual was actually the guy who took down Larson, Peterbot's teammates early on, forced him into that 1v2 situation, third parting from around the map. Reeton, Ritual. I mean, what can you say about this team? They're one of the most aggressive teams in the game. Every time you watch their round 2 performances, they're just destroying the lobby. It's about finding that footing here in a finals lobby, and this is another go around. They have Kanata in their sights, and this is a team that's not afraid to fight and push up and finish that one.
Yeah, but they have so many options to pick from over here, right? This part of the map very, very congested right now. So many different teams all about, and they've done a good job to traverse without having to use or take much damage. So again, like you said, they're never going to shy away from a fight. It's all about picking that right fight, though, and not getting caught out as a result of it.
Slappy Shores, as we tune in. We saw this one very, very early on to start the game. Yumi Source disengaged, try to go for a separate loop path, but you can kind of see them in the minimap there, position. Slappy Shores, the nature, build those sky bases, and just kind of look around the map for Surge. Typically, you do have a ton of extra heals, so you don't have to worry about taking too much damage. For Swexy and Omizi with his own pulling out, they're going to have to run into both Source and Yumi eventually. Rapid and Batman Booga. I'm a huge fan of Batman Booga. Streams most of the competitions on his private channel. He's progressively getting better each time he takes the field.
I feel like you're just a fan of any player that used to play on NA West.
You got me red-handed.
It's like if you just happen to play on NA West, it's like you're just Jacob's favorite player. Like,
It happens. It happens. But he's a very entertaining, super skilled, and that's something we say about a lot of the players, though. Very, very similar to User in these games, to where you kind of look at him as one of the most mechanically skilled players, but they just need to get a little bit better in the awareness, a little better on the rotations. And every single time I watch him, especially combined with the teammate Rapid, he has been doing just that. Very, very similar to Chris and Mud Hut Boy, to where they need a decent day. They don't need a massive performance on the day. They just need a decent day that they know they're capable of.
Yeah, but, you know, it's easier said than done at times. I think the big thing for them is making sure they're keeping things simple, right? Not getting in their own heads, playing their game. You see Chris is very, very aware and alert to the fact that these players are sort of rotating on by. Underfield even look to engage in a fight. Uni and Source now. The battles for caches all across the map. Reign supreme.
And you can see teams learning the intricacies, the ins and outs, especially towards this portion of the map. Uni and Source already boxed up in this position well before the cache was even a thing. Now they have the full advantage. They have all the heals. Fighting against Amizi and Swexy, who are not afraid. They've got to this point by taking on all these challenges. So I don't think this one's going to be any different. The only thing they have to watch out for is they're on the edge of zone with other teams moving in from the north, and then even some position right below them on the south.
It will be worth it, though, if they can get the loot without taking and investing too much in.
I think either one of these guys is daring enough to make that big peek, but this guy's daring enough, let me tell you that. Epic gets the knock onto one. That's Poyo who goes down. That's a little bit of revenge from last season when Poyo took out both Epic Whale and Reet in 1v2 fashion. But as we tune in as well, Clicks is down, Clicks is out. So he has a bunch of pressure on his shoulders to not only get him back up, but to continue the performance that they're having.
Yeah, and Epic Whale just again showing that wealth of experience, even in crunch situations where Crix isn't there to help out. He's going to get the job done.
Just waiting as I see Rift Island appear. Prefaced it just a little bit about Bucky, about Ocus, and about a lot of these teams that love to go for that Rift Island. I do think it's an inevitability here in Game 1.
Duron and Noxy here. Island fights. So one of the things I love to see here in NA, so hopefully we get to see some island fights today. D-Roll and Noxy, not up on the island, but very much so beneath it, trying to capitalize on all the players rotating through this area.
It's really interesting because typically throughout every one of these weeks so far, we've seen Rift Island appear, and almost immediately, whether it's a rift or a zip line, teams like to engage and be the first one there, build up and claim it as their own. I hear some rifts going on, and maybe that is going to be the play. A little late to the chase, but better late than never in most cases. As we tune back in Yuumi and Source, Swexy and Omizi, neither one wanting to budge off of this fight. But there's so much for Swexy and Omizi to fight for this season. I'm going to go and throw it over to Miniminer to break some of that down.
Thank you, Jacob. Let's take a little look at two teams here that do actually need a good day to qualify to Grand Finals. We saw Moo going down earlier on. They're being a little bit more aggressive, though. We saw them get 2 eliminations before Moo did end up dropping down, so not the best start for them, considering they do need a decent placement today to clutch up. On the other hand, Sweezy and Omizi, these guys, or Swexy, I should say, and Omizi, these guys need a top 8 to finish, and we can see them being a little bit more passive in their approach. They're getting those Storm Surge tags and playing it a little bit more carefully. Let's see how they do the rest of the day.
Slow and steady wins the race for some. Others like to get fast and aggressive. As Mud Hut Boy is going to be the first one on top of Rift Island, claiming it as his own in a daring play because Chris is down. Luckily for him, there is a reboot van on top of the island, but if anybody contests it, that's where you're going to find a lot of those troubles.
This is just not the start to the day, though, that you want to be having, especially when we're talking about how big of a day you need. You want to be heading into 5th and 6th zone with your teammate alive, ideally. Peterborough and Larson also going to be standing in your way is never an ideal spot to be in.
when you see a zone like this, what are some of your must preparations to go through a mega city zone, the potential on top of the mountain right next to it? What would you be telling your teammate as soon as this one pops?
I think the big thing here, right, with this zone is that right now all these players who are on this side, a lot of them looking at rifting, and a lot of them will be making a decision, do we rift, do we mud? As you can see here, right now, with how stacked this lobby is, you know, rifting might not be too bad. Players going to be struggling to really take shots at you out of the sky. Mudhut Boy desperately trying to connect with anything and finding some difficulties. And that was very different to EU yesterday, right? EU yesterday, the games weren't as stacked at this stage. And so if you were to rift any sort of zone, it was almost instantaneous demise. So I think we'll see players chancing it here. When gliding or rifting into a zone, you see a rift pop there again just now. More players jumping in.
I like the way you use the phrasing, chancing it. That's almost like what Mudhut Boy is doing here. Using a lot of his heals, using a lot of his resources, chancing that he's going to get the shots necessary for Storm Surge as the fight on the other side of the map continues, breaks down. Yuumi landing some good damage through the covers, but it's a whole nother team that enter the mix. That's Penta, that's Teeks that are there, and now they're under pressure, getting forced out of the box. Yuumi soars hot on the heels as they clean that one up. All that loot for themselves. Yuumi probably feeling a huge amount of confidence after that one.
Nice. Cool thing is as well is that they should be able to sort of sit in zone a bit longer just to get their brick up before heading in. And they'll probably find a decent spot. But as I say that, the zone pulls towards the southwest, so they will have quite a ways to go to get to zone. We'll see how they traverse it. Mira and Cooper, another one of those teams that maybe will have quite a distance.
Just remember the stat that showed up almost at the start of the game. There's 500 FNCS champions in this lobby. And you can see 5 of them right there on Miro in the distance. They were targeting Bolts, who has another one. But with FNCS champions comes challengers, Aiden and Hound. They're one of the teams that are on the bubble. They still have a chance to get into the grand finals this season. And they almost need the bare minimum to do that. And that's why you see maybe their strategy is to hunker down, get some placement points, and not really risk those early game fights.
I don't know if I'm tripping or not, but I could have sworn I heard you say there's 500 FNCS champions in this lobby. Maybe
Championships. Championships.
Maybe final. I thought, I was like, really? Are they even 500 FNCS champions total? Either way.
Roller Noxia, another team that needs a big day, Levin. Immediately takes him, boxes him up, brings the loot back. As they try to inch themselves closer in towards Mega City. And this is where what I was kind of talking about. I know I mentioned the hill towards the right of the Mega City. Well, the left isn't as easy either, especially with teams being able to box up on the top of those buildings of Mega City, even towards the mountain. So if you don't gain some elevation here and you use a lot of your resources, you're going to be thinking about a refresh, thinking about a path. What has the least resistance?
Moving through Mega City this season is always really sketchy in my eyes. It can be so difficult. Any little nook or cranny someone could be hiding in. And a lot of times you find yourself in situations like this where you're almost just running through these buildings alongside people. Odds are you run into the wrong building, someone's going to be there as well.
That's happened to me one too many times, let me tell you, especially when it comes to zero builds. But Paper and Muzz, they're careful. They're collected in their approach. Vivid even brought down some of the rotational plan, and you see they don't have far to go, so that's probably what they're thinking, as Acorn and Cold right next to Agers and Kanata trying to escape. Everybody's just trying to inch themselves closer. Agers and Kanata just staggering themselves just a little bit, letting Acorn and Cold move first, and they're going to take that same path.
Yeah, this is nice. They're not having to use many builds here, just a couple bits of wood being committed to this rotation. That's where the problem arises, though, when Cold is set up in the zone and looks back now at the players rotating in behind him. That's where you put yourself at risk, and Kanata caught sleeping there just a bit.
Clarity and Trashy Trashy's already down. Clarity trying to make up for lost time, and he does get the elimination. And I did see it in the feed earlier on as well. You see he has 2. Well, he took down Peterbot.
Not bad stuff, but he is a solo in this game. And there isn't a great wealth of materials on his side. It should be enough though to keep him ticking for the next couple zones. And Clarity is one of the more experienced players in this lobby, so no stranger to a solo situation.
Just trying to gather all the information. Look at what players are positioned above. Look at what positioned below. And additionally, he's kind of preparing possible rotations depending on where the zone is going to pull. And that's what a lot of the IGLs here in Fortnite need to be doing. Always doing something. We've seen it with Thomas and Malbuka over on EU. See it here all the time. Aviv is going to be one of those leaders. And they're usually towards the top of the leaderboard. Almost getting a haircut by Acorn and Cold, though. Not too much damage being scraped off. Nothing a big pot can't fix, at least.
Yeah, that's tough, right? You look at the way this zone's played out, and you could argue Acorn and Cold, Canada and Ages won't be too happy. Both teams opting to play towards dead side, putting themselves in spots you think are quite good, only for the zone to pull back towards congested side, and making it so that they will potentially have to deal with teams looking at them. You see Booga and Frets in that spot, just sort of now trying to traverse back across the river.
Right now, they're just kind of using their position high above the rest, gathering information, seeing what duos are going, and this is typically what Acorn do to go ahead and try to get height. This is a potential opportunity for them as they continue to stay above everybody else. You're going to see a connection come out, and take note here, he's using a lot of his wood early on to save the hard mats to when he needs it most.
Yeah, and this is nice, right? 8 zone building up like this. They're sort of almost covering a lot of the angles of the zone. And that will make holding height for them in first moving much easier. Canada and H's aren't necessarily focused on holding height, I'm also focused on where they can find a refresh, because Ages will not be comfortable with his mat situation.
I don't think anybody would be. Rise and Yamzo, newest player of Elite Esports. User is gone. Welcome in, welcome back. Just hopefully they can continue that same pressure they've been putting on NA week after week after week, whether it's FNCS, Cash Cups, and everything in between. And this is what you're seeing. Rise is just getting aggressive. He has the confidence, especially knowing that he has Yamzo on his side.
Interesting, right? You saw them going for the refresh potentially, and then as soon as zone starts to move, they say, hey, look, we got to focus on rotating, focus on running in. Frets and Booga had their eyes on the Yamzo for a second. They saw him peeking through that cone, but now focus on their layer more so. It's D-Roller and Noxy who are going to be stopping them from moving forward.
Yeah, with placement points just beginning to set in, this is not the time for teams to go down. You heard Vivid talk about it. 20 minutes alive for some teams, but unable to pick up the placement points. This is when push comes to shove, and Epicwell still by himself has all the tools in his tool belt to go ahead and try to succeed here. The only worry is going to be those builds, so how he recycles, how he maneuvers here through this endgame is so crucial.
Really nicely done from Epicwell. You saw him popping that slurp, waiting, and it just allowed him to run over everybody else and get into a safer spot as second movement starts. And so, again, a similar idea for him, just to try and clutch up as many placement points as possible, outlast everyone as they run around using their builds, using their HP up. And we're seeing it right here, all those players now running in the back of the zone, potentially just getting picked off from everybody else.
Yeah, it almost looked too good to be true, and it was. As soon as they look back, they take him out. You're seeing the lay of land. Acorn and Cold, they still holding on to high ground that they've had for the last 2 zones in a row. But right below them, you have to watch out. This is their plan. Rise and Yamzo just waiting for that perfect moment to strike. Threats and Booga fighting towards the backside of zones. Slurp Juice popped and add in the refresh. Threat stays alive.
Really nicely done from Frets, keeping his team in the game. Booga's having some struggles, and now Frets is as well. Both these players really desperately need to find some sort of safety in the zone. Booga couldn't find it, Frets finally will. And even then, there's players pressuring him from below.
Yep, they're trying to get into the box. Threat's doing what he can, but eventually he's going to run out of builds. He's not going to be able to defend himself, and that eventually is right now. Push comes to shove. Threats goes down. We end up in our top 4, and Rise and Users still have the front side of the zone.
You can see it cooking. Rise and Iomzo so comfortable on low ground. That's where Rise thrives, and this is why they claim space. Iomzo's there with the shotgun out to take people down. And Rise using that breacher just to try chop height because they need materials, and they'll drop right into a team who's going to give them exactly that. That might be a game-winning limb for them because these mats now can carry them stronger into this 2v2 against Cold and Acorn.
Yep, this is the 2 Titans of the region, a team that already has their global championship spot intact, and versus a team that is the favorite to take Major 3. Cold going towards the backside of zone. He's going out and around to try to surprise him from another angle. Acorn is still putting that pressure from above. Neither team has given up just yet.
It's all about these crucial moments here. Iomzo trying to get ahead, just making sure they don't get caught in any of these old builds. The breacher going to allow them to plow their way through just that bit easier, but they know these players are going to start dropping down. Everybody's low on mats. Nobody has much to work with other than the shotguns in hand. Cold will pick up 1, 2 HP, looking for another as well, but he doesn't need to. The damage was enough. Acorn just has to stand in the safe zone, and he will win the game as a result of it. Like you said, Jacob, 2 Titans of the region clashing in game 1, but it's the former champs who reign supreme.
It is just a huge momentum boost already being gained here in game number 1. We talked about what teams are fighting for. Well, these 2 teams are fighting for the bragging rights. They want to be known as the best in the region, the undisputed best at that. And Acorn and Cold, they're going to be the first ones at the mountaintop screaming it loud and proud.
Absolute powerhouses. And, you know, throughout that endgame, we saw they wanted to play for height early on. Even before first moving popped up 8th zone, they were there building up for it. Nobody really contesting them. And they did a brilliant job to stop anybody that was a threat to their height. And in the end, the crucial shots. Acorn was the one doing a lot of damage there. And as you know, Cold's always going to be a threat, and Cold jumping there, making sure to hit shots onto Iomzo and Rise. That just allowed Acorn to breeze through. Really nicely done from these 2, Jacob.
Yeah, we talked about it. You said it yourself. At one point or another, they rotated to the zone. They try to go to the slow side, and the zone pulls far away. That was a perfect example of turning a mistake into a blessing, because that was also the same way they grabbed height. They got to be feeling good. But I'm going to go over with Zeke and the analyst to break down game 1.
Thank you guys so much. I love that you guys already called out Acorn and Cold. They have their spot in global championships. They're good to go. At this point, they're just saying, hey, look, let's play for more prize money. Let's just play and try to keep spoiler for all these other duos that are trying to make their spots. And of course, going up against the likes of none other than Iomzo and Rise, the favorites we've seen week to week. We've been talking about these guys constantly. And of course, I love like the poeticness of like, they're trying to get their spot to globals, fighting a duo that has their spot in globals. Man, we're kicking off with a banger.
That's about what you would expect, though, when it's these 2 duos that are left as the final duos of a lobby. But for Acorn and Cold, what also worked out really well for them as far as that height control is concerned was being able to utilize a lot of those older builds. Even when they did have to drop to some secondary height layers, they were still technically playing the high ground in comparison to where Iomzo and Rise were at. But Iomzo, Rise, definitely were very aware, and they were trying to do their best with those breacher shotguns to try and take out those height builds, but just not enough when you've got Cold playing sleeper agent, dropping down below to cause so many disturbances.
You know, a lot of people like to credit Acorn and Cold with a very refresh-heavy play style, that siphon and everything like that. But, I mean, right there on high ground, I think he dropped down like 1 time for some extra materials. So they played their material game very, very smart. That game so much so that they hardly even needed a refresh.
Disgusting. Coming out from the duo just to start us off here in NA. And of course, we turn our attention to the standings, see how things are going with the Victory Royale and the 8 eliminations. Of course, on the other side, Iomzo and Rise packing heat as well. We look at the top here, and of course, we start to see a couple of the standings. Just kidding. We got to break it. I got too crazy. But of course, I got to assume Acorn and Cold with the Victory Royale in first place. Iomzo and Rise, they're in second, because remember, they had 9 eliminations. They didn't get the Victory Royale, but a second place with that many elims, basically the same thing.
As far as the Yamzo and Rise are concerned, I mean, the longer that we see them just continue to go uncontested at their draw spot, that secluded spire, slap and go control, just so much opportunity, and they take full advantage of the materials and resources available for them off that drop. Because again, you're talking about it, 9 E limbs, like that's not an easy accomplishment in a set lobby, but these two make it look easy because they have such good resources to utilize.
Yeah, and I mean, the Breacher Shotgun is so good at, right, like getting in the boxes and making sure that you can go ahead and control all of the pieces around you. But one thing that Yamzo and Rise did that game was if they saw any builds on the low ground, they were kind of just shooting in it, and it allowed them to kind of just plow through any of those old builds or any teams that were kind of trying to control that low ground as well. And it just made it really, really hard to contest them on the low ground. So we pretty much just saw the battle of a perfect low ground game from Yamzo and Rise and a perfect high ground game from Acorn and Cold.
That's peak Fortnite, dude. I mean, two of the very best in NA battling it out. If you told me this was Global's, I'd be like, yes, this is Global's game number 1. Now let's actually take a look at the standings. I want to actually see what is going on and kind of where duos are coming out in that, like after this first game. As I kind of mentioned, because of the 9 eliminations, Yamzo and Rise are going to look to be right behind Acorn and Cold. A couple names I just wanted to highlight here down the leaderboard there in 5th place. Booga and Threats. We did see them have a little bit of a tougher time there right before the zone started to close. But, I mean, again, they just need a couple good games.
Yeah, a couple of good games. The same could be said for a lot of teams, though, given that we're only one match in. But one thing that definitely caught me a little off guard was how long it actually took for teams in NA to actually start to contest on Rift Island, because that's something that we've seen consistently, especially with NA, where teams, as soon as Rift Island spawns in, there's already someone trying to take Temple Vault Rift or just making some kind of action to get aggressive with Rift Island and claim it.
Yeah, and listen, Jacob had mentioned it during that game as well. I think it was like 6th zone. Acorn and Cold made a very brilliant rotate to go ahead and build up on top of the hill. But right behind them was Kanat and Aegis, who made a very similar rotate, basically just followed that in. So that's why we're going to see them on the top 10 of the leaderboard already as well, right? We're already seeing some of these top teams. They usually find themselves right next to these other top teams because they know what rotates are good, and that was one of those instances in this game. And of course, throughout the day, we'll probably see Kanat and Aegis throughout the mid ground, and I wouldn't be surprised if we also catch them on the higher ground at one point.
Guys,
and they look pretty solid too.
Yeah. Guys, I think the thing that scares me, remember at the beginning of the show, we looked at the series point leaderboard. We looked at that initial top 10 before we jumped down to 50th and 70th, all that. The top 4 after game number 1 are in our top 10 currently. I don't know what other duos are going to do, man, because remember, some of these duos, they have to try and get series points by the end of the day if they want to make it to grand finals. But when you have Titans rolling around, how are you supposed to do that?
It's just part of the nature of the game, and for these players, it's adaptability. That's really going to be the game changer that we're looking at. I know for Moo and Bacon, definitely not the start that they were hoping for, but the fact that they got a couple of initial elims in the first place before getting eliminated themselves kind of indicates towards the fact that they can stay on their feet for the start and then just need to make it for the mid and late as well.
And of course, Mud Hut Boy and Chris also looking to make sure that they get 36 a day. We actually saw them up on top of Rift Island, but unfortunately, Mud Hut Boy was a solo, so maybe that'll be the exposed strategy coming into these next games for them. Go for that mid-game objective.
Let's find out, because I'm ready for game number 2, and we hope you are as well. So send it on back to the casters to kick it off.
Thank you very much, Zeke. Look, thank you for all the breakdowns, my wonderful friends. One thing I have to say, Jacob, Game 1 caught me by surprise. I was looking at the EU games yesterday and how some of the EU teams are treating it, and I came into NA thinking it'd be similar. We wouldn't really see the elite level teams showing us elite level things. But it looks like we're going to get some real good practice for Grand today because the big boys are showing up.
Yeah, and you kind of take note that a lot of those guys are friends. They go ahead and play creative. They scrim on the daily against each other. And I think that's exactly why. It's about bragging rights. It's about just saying, I am better than you. I placed higher. I got one step closer to that global championship. And that is a huge amount of motivation that you're already seeing being displayed after one
of the biggest things is that, look, there isn't much, practice you're gonna get between now and next week. Outside of this lobby, potentially, this will be the best place for you to put in work going into grand finals. And I think it's good to see a lot of those teams understanding that. And so as we head into game 2, hope to see the same. Game 2 starts now.
Game 2, hopefully it's as exciting in its own way as that last game. Players playing very, very calculated. And even heard Taco talk about it. Instead of instantly going for that Rift Island, players were just a little bit more passive around it, not wanting to risk it all. And I think as the games progress, you're going to see players begin to get a little bit more confident in a lot of these scenarios.
I like what I see here from Larson. Instantly off spawn, picks up a Mammoth Pistol, getting to work, no wasting time. Fortunately for him, doesn't quite hit any shots, but it's not the end of the world, is it? There will still be time to hit some Mammoth shots. We know that it's become the most important weapon in the game, really, from what we've seen. But you can see there the positioning from Peterborough and Larson, both players split, taking up different angles with the intention to sort of pincer in Tavern and Lawrence, and pincer in they will. Tavern already taken big chunks of damage. And Lawrence trying to regroup with him and almost body block him from other shots flying in as well.
So many players wanting to go ahead and get these early game skirmishes. Some players don't believe it's possible to split loot at these drops, and that's why you see a lot of these 50-50s, but it's those third parties that are slowing down the pace. Lawrence knows it's now or never, 2v1. They have to take it, but down goes Tavern. Lawrence is the last alive, and it only lasts for so long before you get sent back to the lobby.
Another win for Peterborough and Larson here off spawn. Not too shabby, right? They'll be happy about that.
Yeah, I think so, and I think Peterborough, like I said last game, this is a good amount of momentum that they're picking up.
I love the way they approach that fight, taking it from 2 different angles, instantly looking to pinch. Basic fighting methods, but very, very effective ones. This here at the Citadel is one of the messiest things I've seen in weeks in Fortnite. What on earth was that? 2 players looking to pickaxe one as they all land on top of the building there. Insane stuff going on here in the FNCS right now.
Can you imagine what the comms were like, where his teammate was just going up the zip line? Give me another second, give me another second. As he goes down, great way to clean that one up and have a resurgence after the first battle. You can see Acorn and Cold are the only duo across all regions with a victory royale in all 3 weeks. And that's what I think makes NA so hard. There's too many top dogs.
They are back. Major 1 champions. We're looking a bit mediocre in Major 2, to say the least. And that they would agree with that. But here in Major 3, back to their best. And heading into that final, even though they aren't considered the favorites because of the dominance of Yomzo and Rise, they certainly are a team to watch out for as they have a chip on their shoulder.
I like how Acorn took accountability, just like a lot of players here in the lobby have to do the same thing. Fusiak and Jasper just trying to have a much better performance here in game 1. And just like we've seen so many players contested towards this Lonely Lab, the threat of that third party is always looming in. But this time around, instead of just one team, you see a whole duo at the side of the mountain, but then another singular player in the distance. And I think with that knowledge, Jasper doesn't want to make any risky peeks due to the Mammoth being in it.
Yeah, you peek one time, and it's just wraps for you a lot of the time in these lobbies now. It's so punishing.
Seen it happen a few times already. And just like last game, though, Moo and Bacon winning their off-spawn exchange and not being as weak this time, because I think that was the biggest thing. They finished that fight. Peterbot heard it in the distance, saw them as weak and pounced. You can see if Moo and Bacon qualify, they'll be one of 3 duos to make each Grands with a different teammate this season. That's impressive.
That's kind of crazy, you know?
I think it was Moo and Visuals, I believe. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but then I know for a fact it was Bacon and Batman Booga.
I don't know how people do all this switch and stuff. I feel like if I was a pro, I'd have like one teammate and that'd just be it, you know? It's like City and Cammy vibes.
I'm kind of
like I just wouldn't split.
It's progress. Each day is a new chance to rise. I feel the same way. And then you learn each and every situation. There's so many different situations in Fortnite that are even just a little bit different than the next, as Kix is trying to get out. Mammoth pistol yet again. That third party went around Lonely Labs, and now they're getting that much more confident after hearing a lot of this action. Penta and Teak season, they already converged into the same location in game 1 as well, but it didn't work out for them. So they're looking to use those learnings, those mishaps, as a way to progress here in the next game.
Lonely Labs fights always make me feel a type of way. It's not happening.
I expect to see this when we tuned in. Possessed and Zuko. Meadow Mansions was where we saw them last game. They probably disengaged, quickly moved on over towards Frenzy. You can see they took down Fatch already. So it's up to Pamsu to try to get his teammate back into the game, which I feel like is something is very, very possible for a team like that. Slow and steady. They play very, very passive. Just checking in on a lot of our contested fights there in game 1 this time around. Swexy and Omizi. Very, very similar strategy in which to employ in that last game. This time they do have an elimination though. It's Clicks and Epic. You know them towards Mega City. It's gonna be one of the first teams up there. They know somebody is around, and they're just trying to go ahead and gain that elevation on them, because you can see by those players down below, Rapid and Batman Booga, there's already damage on them. They've already been in exchange against Clicks and
And
Epic.
I want to see Clicks and Epic both in the endgame alive together. Epic obviously having to play out the moving zones as a solo player, and I thought he did a fairly decent job at times, at least with what he was trying to do with it. Although it came off as a different matter. But ultimately, you want to see them both up together, getting some practice in, because from watching their games in depth, still much to figure out in those sort of endgame moments, right? They're not a team who are consistently going to be winning games or getting second places, third places in endgames. That a team that can make it deep, but it's often going to be this little 6th to 8th places, right? And there are often things that are key details in your game that are stopping you from being that kind of a team. And that's only going to come with practice and ironing those things out.
I like it as well, because Clicks moved over from being a main aggressive player, a fragger, to an IGL, and now back, and now he's playing with one of the greats that can kind of do both. They can flip-flop the roles when needed, and that's just a huge part of the game plan that teams can kind of utilize, not having to focus into one playstyle, giving flexibility all around. Tune in Bucky and Okus. They already, I believe, got a knock early on in this game, unable to really clean it up so far. So they're just trying to heal up without any real meds, any resources, shields, or HP to regain. That's what they're going to be looking for instead of just engaging into the next fight. To see how it's working out for him. Finished top 10 each of the first 2 weekly finals this season.
You see Omzo, they're taking big chunks of damage in the distance. I thought for a moment Okus was going to walk right into a free limb potentially, but he opts to back off as he regroups with Bucky, and so we'll miss out on that opportunity. But plenty of players here chilling in the jungle, it seems, as they look for their caches.
Yeah, preparing for either Rift Island or a zone pull. You can either use the rifts or try to get some mud so you can go ahead and zoom across the map. It's Kristen Mud Hut Boy just trying to get as much surge underneath their belt as possible, which is going to allow flexibility when it comes to rotations, not being forced to wait for everybody else at the edge of zone as Zuko takes some tags over on the other side. Moo and Bacon fighting for a cache against Subscript and Fledo. They need to be careful because there's a couple teams in the distance that can see that cache and want some of that loot as well. Rotations coming out from Moo and Bacon. Luckily for them, they had that early game skirmish. They got some surge underneath their belt that allows them to rotate from where they were to here. But unless they got any more additional surge after that, it's always going to be something that is in the back of their mind, because an off-spawn battle, at most, if no minis are hit, that's about just 200 in terms of Storm Surge, which really isn't a lot, especially a lobby like this.
Yeah, not at all. We obviously have this team here on our screen, so we very much no need to have a decent day. 29th is the estimate for them to be able to qualify. Let's bring in Mini Miner to update us on what these guys are going to be doing to make that placement.
Fresh off the back of an 11th place for this team. You can see they've got all the ingredients at the beginning of this game to make it yet another solid game for Patek and Kati. We see them getting these surge tags separated from each other because, of course, they are now uncontested at Kenjutsu Crossing. So you can see it on that wide right there. They're playing very, very split, trying to maximize as much Storm Surge as they can. And they even managed to actually capture the capture point at the location as well. So these guys have got some very, very good loot going into endgame. So hopefully they can get that 29th.
Definitely have their work cut out for them. But after that first game, the potential is there. We've already seen it. About 13th place or so coming into this one. They just need to continue that same momentum. Depending on where they're at, maybe game 4, game 5. If they fell, slipped up a little bit, that's when they can kind of pick up the pace. As Boogun threats. Surprised to see them not grab their global championship spot just yet, but with 10 up for grabs next week, this is the best chance for any team to book their ticket to that global championship. And you add on top, you start in the upper bracket.
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of players who don't actually realize that. Like, just because you've called for globals does not mean you, like, guaranteed are, like, going to be playing in the money games. You're not going to be playing in Championship Sunday, right? Like, there's a lot of people, I don't think, realize that.
But at least there's a chance for that last chance major. That's exactly what Levin's alluding to. 8 spots up for grabs on NA, which gives hope for some teams that might not make it here. But the first team to Rift Island, Re and Ritual, daring anybody to fight them. But the first team that is on for the challenge, Donnie and Problem. You see other players in the distance, the potential Rift causing a lot, and Re and Ritual, they want to try to finish this fight, put pressure, so that way Ritual can go ahead and capture that point as fast as possible. Man, that Mammoth was a monster of a shot.
Oh my goodness. Oh no, man. Sometimes you watch people use their Mammoth. It feels like when you're watching like a boxing fight and someone just hits a crazy knockout. It's so brutal to watch sometimes. And in that case, Reet going crazy with it in hand. Look at that. Look at this. Look at this. So satisfying.
I wonder, I think he fell off of Rift Island as well. That's just unfortunate. Just Reet makes it look easy, and then I hop on Fortnite, and I'm like, it's not that easy. Body shots, maybe. Tagging somebody with a headshot while they're rifting through the sky, not as easy. Fight for Rift Island continues, but not for the points. Reet and Ritual already claimed that for themselves, along with all that loot. That's 15 extra points, a huge boost, because that go ahead and gives players confidence when they know they grab those points and they fought off a couple of teams to make it so. And J-Sick and User. Another team outside of the bubble for now. They got 6 points, 2 eliminations this game. The estimated placement for them is around 13th. So even though they may have had a little bit of a rough game number 1, knowing that it's still possible to qualify to the grand finals, that it should be enough confidence. But Penta waiting for the perfect moment and does not get it. So he's going to have to go against 2 players, 2 hungry players that now know he's a solo.
If I speak, I'm in big trouble. I prefer not to speak.
Don't worry, I got you. I got you. I'll put you in my little pocket that I have here. As Penta's trying to put Teeks in his backpack. At least he has a med miss, trying to out-heal the Storm. Depending on what they have on the other side, you could have time, but Penta takes a huge shot. Almost fights back, taking down J-Sick, but User is there to save the day. 3 eliminations now, and Storm Surge is adding up.
I don't know, man. Penta, he had a real chance there when he was lining up the Mammoth shot. I feel like he got a bit too greedy. He wanted the perfect shot. Couldn't quite line it up in time, and it costs him as a result. Still a nice effort, though, under the circumstances.
It's just one of those moments that you try not to let that happen again, because I agree with you. Even if he hit a body shot, that's a double pump as Bugha is out. Threats now has pressure, but with 4 different slurp juices, 5 exotic slap splashes, when it comes to healing up in an instant, it's not going to take long as he continues to fight back. 2 great shots, misses the 3rd, and that would have been a down onto Jackson, but with the Mammoth, he's still fighting for that piece control. Farming up when can. This is big by Threats, because even though Bugha's down, his confidence, you wouldn't believe is a solo.
Threats is actually so scary. Like, he is fully solo, and he's just made this duo just back off, like running into the corner. Ooh. Now they've regrouped and will force their way into the box once they realize the power the 2v1 holds. But big props to Threats for at least making them have to think a little bit.
And there goes the teams just waiting in the distance with their MK Alphas. They saw this fight go down. They're just waiting for them to push forward. And instantly, the shots go their way. A great game last for Aiden and Hound. Just because I mentioned them, Levin, guess what region they were from? Because I know them. I like these guys. Give you a hint.
I wonder. I'm gonna take a punt here and guess NA West, maybe?
Yep, gotta give them shine every single time I get a chance.
How did I know?
I think you know me too well. We're best friends.
Are we?
I would say so. We're gonna go get cake after this.
I mean, I guess I'm your best friend. I wouldn't say you're my best friend.
You know what? I'm gonna remember that one. I got all the snacks in the world and you get nothing. His Hound is trying to get the Storm Surge. He's trying to snack on his opponents. You can see working out fruitfully for them as they rise above the damage threshold oh so much. See them just waiting by the rift. Wonder if they're gonna try to contest somebody or just immediately try to go to zone. It does look like it's gonna be the latter, because they did get a little bit of a far pull.
Yeah, it's interesting. This game's actually not as stacked as last game was at this similar sort of point, I believe. So a bit riskier to go for a rift here, but I think Moo did a good job of his movement. You see Incy just sort of spamming his glider, using the trees as well to cover the line of sights and different angles. So it'll work out either way.
It's like zone pulled in and everybody felt the pressure to try to fight the position that they were in, knowing that you can't stay there too long. Zone's pulling far. A lot of the teams using rifts and the launch pad around Rift Island to get there. Zuko's just trying to grab all this loot, and he has to make that decision. With some HP heals, in theory, he could go back up to Rift Island, try to get his teammate back, but it is going to be a momentous effort that is needed for that one to be a possibility.
What's happened here? Code's down. We're gonna need an Acorn solo masterclass if this is the case. I don't know. I don't know how this happened, but either way, Acorn's gonna have to make it work.
We've seen him make it work before. You talked about like the last season that Acorn and Cold had. Acorn took full responsibility, full accountability of how they performed as a team. And I think you're seeing them back in form because they took that serious. They said never will that happen again. As we continue to dance around the lobby, Kanata and Agers find an elimination for their efforts, and now they're going to get all this loot.
Yeah, this is game-winning loot right here. 4 slurps, max materials, peak weaponry. This is good enough loot to be able to win this game if they make the right decisions, if they make the right plays. Kanata and Agers are going to be a real threat in this lobby.
They're not even getting looked at on this rotation. They were one of the first teams to go ahead and start that. There is a couple teams in front of them that try to gatekeep them out, but with as much time they've been able to save by quickly rotating, they can go ahead and stagger themselves for a short moment. let the zone kind of catch up, and you see everybody else in the minimap extending outward, trying to give themselves the slow side of the zone.
Yeah, and unfortunately, like you said, right, because of those teams sort of holding them in, they won't get to pick a side of the zone per se, but
yeah,
even then, their loot is still so good that I don't think it really matters. I think they can just sort of play their mats, play their slurps, and they will be able to sort of rough any difficult situation out. Rise and Yomzo, on the other hand, are in a much stronger position, and so I think we can expect to see these guys deep into this game again because they also have loot that is pretty decent. The materials aren't as strong as they maybe would like, and so maybe eyes will be on Yomzo to see whether or not he can recoup something for the team.
Talk about eyes being on players, though. All eyes are on Chris with Mud Hut Boy down. We talked about the performance needed out of this team, kind of in the middle, especially compared to other players that need a big performance on the day. So every single point that Chris is able to pick up here as a solo, and you see more placement points ticking in just as Notch does go down to Reet. These are vital. These are vital for Chris's success, and he doesn't necessarily need to make too many risky plays. If you look at his material, if you look at his loadout, he has almost everything he needs up until this point. Acorn, on the other hand, without having Cold by his side, is feeling struggles of being a solo in a world full of duos. Pressure from so many different directions, up and below. But Acorn, you can see he's not getting nervous or anxious, not backing
this is
down.
really tough. Ape zone rotations aren't supposed to be that taxing. He's used almost all his materials to really get his spot here. This is a really, really sticky situation for Acorn. For him to make something out of this would be rough. I'm not counting him out completely, but it certainly is not looking good for him right now.
Yeah, it's definitely a huge mountain to climb, both literally and in the game for some of these players. As Clix, Epic Well, having a little bit of a quiet performance, but the biggest change I've seen is they've been handling Storm Surge a lot better in this Week 3 finals than they have in some previous weeks, which almost put them in weird positions going into the end game, and now you're seeing all this flexibility instantaneously running towards the front side of the zone.
Yeah, you saw Clix popping his slurp there, sort of in anticipation that as they sort of cheaped their way into zone, they would get tagged up. Fortunately, they didn't, actually, so maybe could have saved that slurp, but hey, can never blame a player for being cautious.
Double ground for the most part.
Oh, that's nice.
Yomzo and Rise's old spot, moving Bacon. You said it yourself. That is phenomenal as they're able to get the knock onto one. Now they have the decision to make if they want to go back in the zone for the loot. That one's a quickly made decision as they take down Pax. And with the slurp juice popping, they have to go.
Usually, right, you don't see teams making plays like that once zone transition begins because it's like focus on getting to zone, but they needed the damage, they needed the surge, they needed the loot, they had slurps to play with. And so ultimately the play works out for them now, though. The problem is on the backside of zone, getting into a safe spot is where the difficulty arises, and Bacon gets caught out as a result. Moo's able to make his way in, but now only with a couple builds left.
Yeah, now he has pressure of having to get these points, especially after the blunders in game one. But if you look at the high ground, it's Reet and Ritual. Another Titan in this region waiting to pop off in this game is Rise, Yomzo doing exactly what they did in that last game, playing the low ground to perfection and pushing everybody out, including Clix and Epic Well.
You see it. It's so hard to claim low ground against Rise and Yomzo. Rise is just going to force you out of the way, and Epic Well and Clix will suffer as a result of it.
He's by himself. And he's back to the lobby just like that. But a great performance. They at least got themselves a ton of placement points to work with as Kanata is now by himself. And I feel a little bit of deja vu watching one of the best clutchers in the game.
He still had 4 slurps up to this point. Pops 1 and he still has 3 left as well. So even though he is a solo, lots of options in this game for ways to make plays and make his team successful.
He still has plenty of builds to work with, not too much, so he's going to have to look for a siphon eventually. And with the slurp juice that you said, he's going to stagger himself out. Reet takes a huge shot at the top of the mountain. Rokane and Burt, they're ready to challenge for it. And down goes Ritual, down goes Reet. They do not have what it takes to continue testing it.
Kanata Kanado picked up an elim in the back of the zone, and that was enough to keep him going, and he still has 2 slurps to play with. Boxes up here, and will be able to make another slurp pay if he so wishes, but the pressure coming in from below is going to cause a bit of a fork in the road. Needs to be careful now. He spots another player in the back of the storm, but a slurp will be blocked. Players right above him, mantling up. A big shot from Kanada. He's doing everything he can as a solo to make this game his dream situation, and he just has the 1 build remaining. Needs to drop down to low. There's a player in his face, and it's going to be too much for him now. Rise going to stay alive with the med miss now as he crawls around, trying to regroup with Yomzo.
They're doing a good job. Yomzo leading the charge. They said second place was not enough, especially with how well they've been playing week after week, but they have to go through Aviv and Skittles. From Vault Loot to this, they have the Flapjack and they have the pressure needed to put it down low on those players on the low ground, even forcing Zuko back outside of the zone, but the elimination is going to get stolen away by Rise. 2v2 situation, and it's over in the blink of an eye as Aviv and Skittles clean that one up.
Skittles clapping their hands after that one, because it is as easy as it gets when it comes to a final 2v2. They quickly pick off Rice. He didn't even see it coming, it felt like. And Yomzo, who tried to make a mantle play up, unfortunately was met with 2 shotguns in his face. Aviv and Skittles, who went for a late high ground take, generously rewarded for it with a big win.
I feel like they were waiting. They were watching like a hawk on that high ground, because it was almost exactly as Reet and Witcherel fell and gave it up. That's when they contested both Vert and Rokane, and they had the builds to hold on to it. While they let Rise and Yomzo run the low ground, they stole it away in the last moment.
It happens. But the big thing for me as well in that game, it's Rise and Yomzo once again in the final 2v2, and still no win for the team. 2 back-to-back second places, though, must be fruitful for the leaderboard. And speaking of the leaderboard, who better to show it to us than Zeke and the analysts?
Thank you guys so much. Before we get into anything FNCS related, I just want to say, Jacob PR, you're my best friend. Okay? Don't forget it. Anyway, back to the FNCS. Wow. As the guys called out, Yomzo and Rise, once again, kind of being that consistent factor. No victory royale, but still a second place back-to-back. Remember, they are looking to get themselves a spot in global championships. But of course, we cannot overlook the victory royale from Skittles and Aviv, and paired up with 12 eliminations. I think we might have someone fighting for the top 3.
Again, it all starts from that moment where Aviv successfully managing to chop out Height. It was a well-placed decision to actually choose to take Height when they went for and challenge for Height, so to say. Especially when you have a Mythic Flapjack in your weapon, you can actually make it so much easier for yourself to just continue to spray and harass everybody else with their builds who tries to then challenge you after the fact.
Yeah, I mean, the crazy thing here is that Ree actually had the high ground, and it was looking like they were going to go ahead and take the VR, right? 11th zone, you have high ground. We haven't seen any really, extensive high ground takes at all this season, and then all of a sudden Rokane's going for it. And whilst they're going for it, getting that little 2v2 build fight in, of even Skittles are like, you know what? Let's just go to the front side of this moving zone, and we'll just shoot back at them, and it works out perfectly.
Things you love to see. That right there. Now, other things I like to see are the standings. Let's take a look and see how things are shaping up after game number 2. Remember, these are just 2 games. We still have 4 more ahead of us. Not a big deal. But Yomzo and Rise, remember, not that long ago, they ended the day in that #1 spot, and I think they're trying to get the run back on that. But of course, we cannot forget Aviv and Skittles jumping up 8 places now to find themselves in the top 2. That's where I want to be. But as well, look at just the names. Again, Agers and Kanada, Acorn and Cold. Duos that are already going to grand finals.
They might already be going to grand finals, but for Agers and Kanada, I mean, what a clutch situation for Kanada to finesse here in game number 2. We saw them working alongside each other in game 1, but the fact that he was actually able to work his way through all of these builds, it's not an easy accomplishment by any means. Kanada just did such an excellent job at ensuring that he was staying ahead of these boxes. He was making sure to build right in front of himself, so that way no one could necessarily directly challenge into his box, and just did a great job playing on the backside.
And the awesome thing that I want to remember about week 2 for Kanada and Agers is that we got a chance to go ahead and speak with this duo Kanata specifically. And, he mentioned that their Storm Surge strategy had mixed it up. Instead of, playing all of these bases and boxing up on a mountain, they were going to go for some sneaky tags. And so far in these first 2 games, it looked like that's paying off because, I was looking at their material count in Zone 8, and it hardly looked like they had used any. So not only is the Storm Surge there, so are the rotations.
I'd love to talk more about that. What are you guys seeing after just the first 2 games? Or is there a duo that's standing out to you that's like putting on basically a grand finals performance?
You're already talking about it, but Yamzo and Rise, what better? I know they haven't gotten their Victory Royale yet, right? But we're only 2 games in, and the fact that they've successfully accomplished a back-to-back second-place finish, it's almost like it's inevitable for them to find a Victory Royale today.
Yeah, listen, Levin was gassing them up. Levin loves these guys, and the low ground domination just seemingly is a step above everybody else. And it's just all about making sure that anybody that finds themselves on the low ground doesn't feel comfortable. You're always pressuring their builds, whether it's with edits that you have yourself or just going ahead and destroying all of the builds that they actually have that are established down there. And, we can talk about the specifics of, how they place the builds, how they're playing the low ground. But at the end of the day, it's just raw skill, right? Like they can aim, they can hit the shots, and they know exactly what edit to make in those certain situations.
And if we had to be critical for a moment, right? We look at their score, we look at the points. They only have 3 points from objectives, which tells me in the 2 games, one of those games, they did not get the vault. Yet both of those games, they still came in second place. So even in the situations where they may not be optimizing, they may not be getting everything, they are still dominating and holding that number 1 spot. Things we'll continue to digest and think about as we move forward. But of course, a couple other names we wanted to highlight as well. Look at just the in 5th and 6th places, jumping up those massive placement points. Peterbot and Larson there in 15th, though. Remember, we talked with Larson before the show began, and these guys were seeming confident. They had some strategies they didn't quite want to reveal just yet, but it seems pretty good start, especially after game 2.
It's like most teams. You want to try and save the main strategies for those grand finals, but getting to grand finals seems like Peterbot and Larson, they're teed up to make it through, no problem. But Larson and Peterbot, with that early game fights, it's definitely been going in their favor for the most part.
A duo that I want to shift focus to is Epic Whale and Clicks, right? They're always teetering every single one of these weeks with giving us one of these pop-off performances, but I really feel like they haven't found their stride. They haven't gotten into the end game as a solidified duo with a lot of materials and a lot of heals to kind of back up their position. So I'm going to look towards these next 4 games and hope that we actually see one of those Clicks moments that we know and love.
There's just so many duos. I feel like you could just look at a duo, point and be like, yeah, no, they're amazing, and look at the things they're doing, right? With 4 more games, there's just so much more we're going to end up talking about. More duos, of course, but for right now, it is that time. We're getting word game number 3 is ready to go. So who better to call all the action than Levin2K and my best friend, Jacob PR.
Thank you so much, Zeke. Best friends at it yet again. Who really needs Levin other than me as a co-caster? So I won't say too much. We still got 4 games left to go. What do you think of the first 2?
You better watch yourself. If you don't need me, I'll just stay silent the whole game. You can cast it all by yourself, mate.
Well, I don't want that. So I want your answer for the first 2 games. I know you talked about little differences from EU and what we saw yesterday, but with the 2 games done and over with, what are your thoughts?
I'm happy about what I'm seeing. Again, I think the level of competition has been high so far in NA. I want to see a bit more in terms of what's going on height, right? With some of these different teams, we're seeing different teams taken at different times, which is a bit unorthodox to what we've seen again in some of the previous weeks. It's been a bit less formulaic, a bit less consistent in who's up there. And so as the games progress, right, what does that story on the height look like in the end games? And of course, the players who we want to be seeing making it, to the grand finals next week, can they start and continue even to keep their level high?
Yeah, some of those players that you're talking about that are on that bubble, still trying to fight today to earn their spot. They've had a decent first 2 games, but we know that we see teams from time start off good, but then begin to slow down. I feel like today might be a little bit of a different story with how the entirety of the lobby is playing together.
Yeah, sure. It does seem to be a bit of a different feel, a bit of a different flavor to some of the different qualifying weeks we've had, but that is all good. And I think heading into grand finals, we're getting a real taste for the action. So let's get even bigger of a taste of that as we head into game number 3.
The first 2 games have shown us that there's still so much up for grabs in terms of experience. Being able to know that you can change things up and still have it work out for you. It's exactly what we're seeing here. A little bit from the Citadel, a contested drop that we saw in the last game is now turned a little bit to a split drop. You're seeing teams begin to fill each other out. They realize their position on the leaderboard, and they're trying to change things up before it's too late. Usually I say after the half, maybe game 4, game 5, that's when things should get changed up just a little bit, but some teams are starting it early. One side of the map. So next, a little bit of a split drop here. And Jitsu, all by one team's lonesome. Continue to move south. You see a lot of teams trying to figure out if they're actually going to split it or not. But Slappy Shores, a fight that we've seen happen once, disengage another. Omizi now has to think outside of the box about what he's going to do here in this situation because Swexy's already down. But luckily for him, they did take out Yuumi as well. So this is a straight 1v1 for the most part, as long as Source can stop the revive.
Yeah, and of course, this is a big fight for them because last game Source and Yuumi went down off spawn, and so again that revenge factor is huge, and it is not impossible with Omizi and Swexy not in the strongest of positions here.
This is like a little bit of an interesting one. Miro and Cooper, they're just kind of looting up. Source is just stuck between two hungry teams. Interesting to see what he's going to do here in this situation, because if he has the reboot, he can try to disengage, but the fact that he's staying here in this position leads me to believe that he's still on the lookout for his teammate's card. His cover gets destroyed just like that, but Source with a massive mammoth shot on the Swexy, getting the knock, buying himself more time to work with, and he's seeing this as a green light to go, but Miro and Cooper as well.
Oh, that's just, no. That's not, no.
Where did Peterbot even come from?
I wanted to see it happen. He almost had the 1v2. He was cooking. I saw it. I could feel what he was doing. I could see. He was cooking. He's a cook. And the third party from afar spoils it all. Pain, absolute pain, but it's the age-old story of Fortnite. If you've ever played before, I'm sure you've experienced similar. Very, very unfortunate there for Source and Yuumi.
That was perfect too, because Cooper captured the point, so their positions are known entirety of the way through. You match that with perfect shots from Miro, and that is a full-on squad wipe. Now they have all of Slappy Shores to themselves, but the fights continue here early on in Game 3. Chris and Mud Hut Boy just south of Shattered Slabs, and you see another player closing in on the distance, 2 of them at that. They're ready to third-party this, but with 1 elimination, somebody here is a solo trying to make up for lost time. That's got to be User on the other side. 114 from Mud Hut. The hard-hitting shots as Chris follows up. Third-party team slowly but surely moving on in the distance. It's Fledo and Suscript. Wow. That was a big opportunity that was missed out on, but Fledo and Suscript, they kind of split the drop with that team of Chris and Mud Hut over at Shattered Slabs, but both teams kind of disengaging out of it. Probably got what they want in terms of loot, and now they're trying to beat the rest of the pack to the rotation.
I was going to say he's going to go again, but someone's not letting it happen. Someone else taking shots at him, so he's going to have to start building now.
Jackson on the other side. 2 fights happening simultaneously around the map. Probably even more. Jackson lands the first good shot, but everything turns sideways just like that. As TK is trying to make up for it. Gets the knock onto Yusuf, continuing his aggression. He didn't get this amount of damage to just let it go just like that. Both players actually healing up here. All that time being bought towards the low ground. But TK has a massive health and shield lead. Another shot, but just scrapes him to a little bit.
I'll be honest, I'm not even worried. TK's him. He's that guy. I'm not worried. It's over. It's wraps. If TK's involved, it's just done. Look, right there. Bam. Bing, bang, bosh. TK, jumping in. Box.
And so now that the third party's coming in. fourth party as well. Two teams hear this, and they want it for themselves. As Yusuf finally gets cleaned up. And his teammate down a fresh 1v1 over on the other side. It's Bolts, it's Thoric, FNCS champions from Chapter 4, Season 1. They're looking to reclaim that same glory here. There's so many teams. You see them now getting a little bit more active.
You raised me a third party, I raised you a fourth party. Look, TK's him, but he's not a superhero. So if these guys do jump into the fight, it probably won't go his way. But it seems like they want to disengage now with the fourth party coming in.
Yeah, that's Peyton Cardi being that fourth party. Just trying to get Surge. Don't expect them to get too aggressive right out of the gates. And I saw the feed. Said, where did Peterbot come from? And this is exactly what he did. He went from the ground up, challenged Lawrence and Tavern. This time he had Larson on his side, and they made that fight look oh so easy.
Winners of last game here on our screens. Do you expect to see more wins for them today? Or do you think it's a one and done for them?
Nah, I think the potential's there. They've been progressively putting up good numbers through different rounds of FNCS, through Cash Cups as well. As long as they can continue the momentum they set up into this point, I think it's no problem for them.
Yeah, I think the big thing is that a lot of their height take that last game felt very opportunistic. I don't know if they'll get those opportunities again to play height the way they did. Hopefully I'm proven wrong.
I think they just waited for that perfect timing. Saw two teams battle it out. This is kind of what we jumped into already. They were already on the chase over towards Lonely Labs, and that's how you see them go from Brutal Bastion all the way to that side of the map. There's Acorn already in a skirmish against Possessed and Zuko. Cold moving in on the distance. You see him trying to be slow. He's trying to be sneaky to up his chances of the headshot with that Mammoth. Maybe not a headshot, but that's still a good amount of damage coming out from Cold. But Karma strikes. Cold almost gets taken down with a Mammoth on the other side. About 168 damage. He's lucky that wasn't any variation of a more rare Mammoth, because that would have been a down onto Cold. Luckily for him, it might have been just a common Mammoth. Medkit close by, so it's not too much of a worry for Cold to get his HP back up. Some floppers there as well, especially since they put the hurting onto Possessed and Zuko. They probably don't want to make too many risky peeks. As we jump on board both Cardi and Pate, this is that fourth party that we were talking about. They just wanted to get enough to feel comfortable when it came to Surge, so that way they can rotate. We can see that the zone does have a little bit of a pull. I don't know if it's necessarily max pull just yet, but they're getting prepared for what might be a long game.
Many Miner came in last game and told us, you know, what it is they were doing off spawn when it came to a lot of their surge strats early on in the game as well. And right now they're in a good position on the leaderboard where they need to be. It's just about holding on to that.
And I saw on the feed, Kanata had already gotten one elimination. Just trying to take advantage, push teams off of that weapon cache, so that way they can claim it as their own. You said it last game, winnable loot, and this is how they are acquiring said loot. The team just instantly ran, and they just keep on moving further and further back. That was Problem, who's by himself as a solo. But from one dig member to the next, runs into Booga. I'm not sure Booga and Threats are too concerned, especially since that player does have some elevation right above. As long as he doesn't reveal himself as a solo, it might be not too much to worry about, because I don't think Booga and Threats would push what they might think is a duo. Just trying trying to use the mud to get as deep into the zone as possible. You see them going around the south side. They're probably just trying to get towards the western side of the zone where, in theory, least amount of players will be congested at. And you can see them planning. This is exactly what we were talking about when it came to Bucky and Okus. They're preparing for that Rift Island. It is about time to see one of the teams all season long, or even, in fact, since Rift Island became a thing, they've always been known to make it a part of their strategy. And you're seeing it here play out right before our very eyes. Pressure Penta on the other side. They already got one elimination this game. Third party right behind them. Need to be careful. Duo, you might want to stay close together as they reunite box to box, hip to hip. But at any moment, Storm Surge activates or any of these teams below, they might not have no choice but to go.
I mean, yeah, if the zone continues to pull towards the northwest, which it does, that might be a thing that they have to start worrying about.
Teeks and Penta, this is one of those teams that are outside of the bubble as of now, but they need a baseline performance to get the job done. Gonna toss it over to Mini Miner to let us know how their game has been going so far.
Thank you so much, Jacob. Yeah, let me set the scene here. Penta and Tex, these guys going into this game, they had 0 points. So nearly at the halfway point with no points, and all they need is a top 45. Thankfully, their off-spawn struggles have been solved with this beautiful early elimination. Gets them set up for success. And what I really like from this duo, they're not trying to get the second. They're not trying to go in for that second elimination. They're just thinking, you know what, let's just dip out. Let's just get out of this situation because we only need a top 45. That's all they need from this game. And of course, this day today. So let's see if they can continue that, and I think that's why we didn't really see them fighting too much for that cash. So top 45 is the goal. They're looking good so far. Let's see if it can continue.
Look, you know, unless you are absolutely getting beasted off spawn, it can sometimes in this lobby be harder to not get top 45 than to get it. So, you know, as long as this is a semi-decent game for them, this should be enough, sort of as Mini Miner's alluding to. Like, one game played should be enough, you'd think, if it can be a decent one. Already, though, running into some hurdles with the rotations into the fourth zone, and so, yeah, we'll keep our eyes peeled on that team. It would be a great shame to not see them make it.
On from one side to the next. Talked about Bucky, talked about Okus, and their attraction to Rift Island. The points, the loot, too many positives. They quickly loot up over towards hitches and ditches, try to get towards center map so they can continuously make this a possibility game after game. Now that they have the elevation for Rift Island, it allows them to kind of easily look around the map, try to get some shots for their Storm Surge. Bacon's lining up a huge shot, even though it was a body shot. That's still a good amount of damage. You see Possess and his Guardian Angel. That's me and Zeke out there, best friends.
Okay, buddy.
Possess and Zuko, now that they got that elimination, they're able to kind of re-loot up towards Shattered Slabs as well. Any scraps that are nearby can easily put those in their pocket. It's Penta and Teeks seemingly having their struggles. No real HP to gain. They got to make it to zone before it's too late. This would not be what you want to have happen. In fact, this would be worst case scenario for Teeks and Penta. You add in the lack of heals, lack of HP, a severe lack of materials as well.
It's not looking good, Bev.
No builds on Penta. It's Batman, Booga, and Rapid on the other side. Waiting on their rotation. depending on if you know where a lot of those slurp plants are, I can see somebody in this position trying to make it part of their rotation. Almost seems like Batman Booga and Rapid probably doing something similar, saving a lot of those heals, using the slurp pants. Try to keep them back for later, as Penta's now sneaking up. Really only has a few seconds to make a play like this happen, especially since they're below the threshold, and just like that, they get caught out trying to sneak around, and they both get sent out of the lobby early.
That is, it's really, really tough. Look, top 45 is what they need. I was just taking a look at some of the leaderboards from other regions and the previous week at NA. It looks like somewhere in like that 20-point range is really where it is at. You're gonna get top 45 in EU. Yesterday, I think it was like 36 or something, a bit higher. Last week in NA, though, it was in the 20s. OCE, I believe it was in the 20s as well, so.
At least they have a baseline estimate, a goal to try to achieve here. And that's kind of, I feel like, what you were saying, though. Like, it changes up your play style trying to just scrape by to get
Yeah, it's like you just need the one game of like some any points almost, right? Is what they need. But look, again, we will be following that throughout the day. Hopefully it is a lot lower for them. I believe in Middle East it was only about 8 points to get 45th, right? So again, you know, there's a chance it is on the lower side. And so maybe 1 or 2 more games where they survive off spawn could be enough to clinch it.
Like this look around the lobby, you're seeing where everybody's positioned at when it comes to search. Even more so here is Yamzo and Rise. Positioned in the same box, but they have just one player right above them. Whenever they want, they can try to easily drop them down into the palm of their hands. In the distance, Clicks and Epic Well can be seen. Just trying to rotate on out. If this zone continues to pull towards the north, continues to pull towards the west, a lot of the players here on the lobby are going to have their work cut out for them.
Yom's just insane, man. He's just so good.
I like how we're seeing him kind of evolve each and every season, each and every game as a player.
Like, look, this might sound, people might think I'm crazy, but I fully stand by what I'm about to say. He's probably the best player in the world right now. Like, the only person I'd say is rivaling him is Thomas HD. In terms of just players and
The only reason why I believe you, is every single time you've mentioned best player in the world in the past, it's always been Benno. So for you to, ooh, wow, Thork just got hit with the hammer. The Mammoth pistol, back-to-back shots. I feel like Bolts had no choice but to kind of leave him out hanging.
Yeah, you see the quick decision to rift into zone as well. Sort of just looking at all the different teams, trying to figure out if anybody starts to look at them, and once that worry starts to come through, diving down to land in. Oh, 5 tick is tough to deal with, and he just manages to get in, but not with the whole lobby focusing in. This is going to be hard. This is going to cost a lot of materials, even if they do survive. Full lobby focus coming in right now.
Got high ground, low ground. At least 3 teams targeting them there for now, trying to get them to expend a lot of their builds. They know Yamzo's weak. Took so much damage from that 5 tick, and you see him trying to expend even more mats to give him more room to work with. That's all he has left. He's getting drained right now.
Yeah, that's the problem though. He switched to wood, and so it's like a lot of those teams know these guys are running out of mats. And so they'll just keep spraying. I'm surprised they've stopped there, to be fair. They will just get away with it.
You can see like a desperate attempt at the tail end to try to mammoth anybody that was shooting in his direction. Luckily for them, the pressure did stop just in the nick of time as well, simply because they almost had no resources left. If the lobby would have stayed focusing, they would have realized that, and they would have went down. But from the top of Rift Island, Bucky and Okus, you can see their plan laid out. They want to hold on to some elevation. They don't want to be a part of that mess that is on the low ground, because they know how hard it is for teams and players to stay alive, especially if anybody needs a refresh or storm surge. just those tough situations going down around the lobby. This and Mud Hut Boy go down. A bubble team that we're looking at throughout the day. For them, they have 3 games left to try to make up for that performance. Possess and Zuko, they were one of the teams that were targeting both Rise and Iamzo at the edge of the zone. And luckily for them, Rise and Iamzo, if you look at the minimap, are the only team kind of stuck on an island in the center. If anybody remembers the pressure they put on earlier in the game, that could be a focal point here on the rotation.
This is interesting.
Which part? The high ground or the fact that they've probably been here all game?
Both things are interesting, to be fair, but I think more so just the fact that they clearly want to play for height in this game. Way above on Surge, and it's probably because of that.
Beam from the high ground. It's one of the bonuses. But other than the MK, the loot is a little concerning.
Oh.
Acorn and Cold go down, and that was a big elimination. That was Aiden and Hound, who took the big dogs themselves. And with Iamzo falling as well, this could be a big game for those bubble teams.
All those teams are going to be licking their lips at the opportunity to start to catch up. Aiden and Hound, they just need 45th place today to secure a spot. That's the estimate. So a big game for them to make it this deep. Rise, playing as a solo, does have that breacher and it hits from range. And so if he needs a refresh here, he might just find it a big shot. Will he be able to follow up on anything, though?
Yep, he has his eyes on the prize, staying in that direction. Breaks into another box with the breacher. Down goes Bolts. Up goes Rise and his HP. As he continues to look around, cause destruction to the covers. He wants to make sure he's in his own box. Safety matters in a situation like this, but it's going to get tricky for some of these teams, especially the ones at the top of the Citadel. We're moving down and away from that elevation, so if you don't have the builds to reinforce, that's when it's going to get dangerous.
Pollo and Sphinx are very low, very desperate, and very needing of a refresh here.
They know they have patience on their side. They don't have to go right away and bite off more than they can chew at any moment. Zone pulling over. You've seen a lot of the builds being recycled, but high ground was taken over by Caskers and Revise. And a team that took it at the very end and always has the threat of even Skittles doing a good job of trying to get to the front side of the zone. They don't want to be stuck behind everybody else and get stuck even further as the zone closes again.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because they're staying up on them high layers. They will look for height, but the materials might not be there to hold it. We'll see if they can pick up a refresh along the way. Rise, on the other hand, he's just trying to focus on staying in this game. He's moving through all these different builds and edits that aren't his. This is such a scary spot to be in, and eventually runs into Sphinx and Pollo, now needing to move the other way, but he's still cautious. At any given moment, there could be somebody on his layer that he's not expecting, and just has to connect with a shot if he does see them.
Almost 3 weak players all around Wise. Aiden picks up another knock onto Baka. He's doing what he can, but high ground finally spots him out. Running out of materials. Has to think about how he's going to rotate here. And he's trying to recycle as much as he can and has no time to pop any minis, pop any shields. So he's susceptible to a one-shot in so many different cases.
This is so tough as he's rapidly falling down. But that breacher is so strong. Sphinx gets taken out. And that refresh is going to be huge. It keeps him ticking in the game a bit longer. Doesn't have much by HP. And so forcing his way into Pollo's box is not going to be the best play for him.
That was a huge find, and the Siphon was rather fruitful for Pollo. We saw him and Sphinx traveling together, almost in shambles as they continue to get knocked down. Builds running out, only wood left to his name, but he's doing everything he can to stay ahead of everybody else, even when Aviv and Skittles are trying to drop him into the palm of their hand.
It's not going to be a hype game for them, but if they can stay together here on low, this could still be a very fruitful game.
This is it. Aviv still battling back. He gets the first knock, but it is going to be a trade. He loses Skittles across the way, but Kanat and Aegis, they're still a full duo, and they have so much time to work with. They have a lot of space, and they're continuously playing the patient game and not rushing from one build to the next.
It is flanking. It's D-Roller trying to chop in the back of the zone, and it isn't going to really work out for him. A very ambitious attempt, but the zone pullback is going to help him out. Just gives him a bit more time, and of course he does have this slurp to work with as well.
I don't think he spotted out the slap splashes, though. That would have been a huge bonus, as Bucky and Oak is still trying to burst through all those builds and get towards the front side. Fresh Mammoth reloaded. He's ready for the double pump. He's waiting for somebody to contest, and meanwhile, Bucky is fighting Pars right above him.
Yeah, Bucky, though, forcing his way through. Oak has been a bit more cautious. You can see he's worried. He knows he has some good loot to work with. Aegis, though, actually will go down. He split up from Canada, and not for good reason. Right now, D-Roller really making things work here as a solo.
From the Wild Wild West, the hip fire was nasty to get that knock, get the siphon, but everybody that was formerly on the high ground slowly but surely came crashing down. Revised and Caskers, they're the team that is highest on the mountain and in full control of the game as D-Roller goes down to Storm Sickness.
At his best. But even then, still a huge game for him. And now just down to the final 2v2, Bucky and Okis will really try their best, but they get jumped on, and it's too much for them to handle. Casca will come out on top. And a really nice attempt from Bucky and Okis, but in the final moment there, they were ambushed. They didn't see it coming, and they weren't able to hit the shots to retaliate.
He looked like a superstar coming out of the shadows. Nobody really expected or saw them to take high ground. Caskers and Revised did such a good job of holding on to it as well as soon as they had it solidified. And you're seeing the amount of damage they put down on the lobby with the Mammoth, shot after shot. And from there on out, you saw them get two different angles. They had Bucky spinning in circles, not knowing exactly where to fight back from. And there, it was just all over.
That drop down was so good. Like you said, they didn't know where to look, spinning in circles in the end. But still, very well deserved. They held high all throughout that end game and didn't really seem to have much struggles, just were playing out their materials. And once those materials finally ran out, it was then just a 2v2 that they came out on top of. A really nice game from that duo.
Yeah, and we saw a lot of our top teams on that leaderboard go down fairly early and even forced to play as solos, which opened up an opportunity for our bubble teams. With 3 games down, let's take a look at the leaderboard.
So much. A point of note here from Casker Revised, they actually came into today 41st on the series point leaderboard. These guys are trying to just make sure, hey, with the Victory Royale, with a handful of nations, we want to cement our spot going into grand finals. And what better way to do that than here in game number 3?
Exactly, and a pretty confident finish by the two of them as well. I mean, Levitt and Jacob already touched on it, but that drop-down elimination execution that we saw going on was pretty insane because it's just 2 separate angles to attack from. I mean, good attempt, though, from Bucky with a 180. That was a pretty impressive flick shot nearly, but at the same time, when you're dealing with 2, because you've already lost your partner, it's a little bit of a tough situation.
I mean, the Citadel, the terrain, the building, just, you know, keeping them so high in the sky and keeping them stable up there that it's pretty impossible for any other duo to even contest them. So they just had to ride this one out. But, I mean, shout out to Casker and Revised because week number 1, they didn't play together. So these are actually going to be another one of those duos that we have talked about time and time again today where they, you know, only have week 2 and week 3 to gather up enough series points. And they've gone on and done that with that Victory Royale.
And that's just what you have to do. Sometimes you just have to put a little bow on the present and say, let's make sure we are going to grand finals. Standings will tell us a deeper story here. Iamzo Rise, remember, they want to make sure they make it to grand finals because they're looking for a global champion spot. But again, look at this top 3, man. Just an absolute fearsome 3 duos. I don't want to say trios, that's not what I mean, but you know what I mean.
Know what you're trying to get at there. And for Aegis and Kanata, that was almost looking like their game to win up until Aegis was unfortunately isolated from Kanata. And with those two having split, it's tough because you get all that congestion and a lot of these mid-ground low layers, especially teams that might have, or solos even, running around with the breacher shotguns just destroying builds. And sometimes teams just aren't expecting somebody to just immediately surface on the other side of that wall with how quickly those breacher shotguns can take out some of these builds. But Kanata still doing what we know he's capable of, and that's getting some decent solo clutches here.
Yeah, I mean, Kanata's just so good, especially in the clutch. We've seen so many highlights of them being able to do that. And again, it's just going to be on the back foot of them finding those mid-ground layers. getting some refreshes throughout those late game rotations, and then taking it right home into the end game.
Yeah, and Kanata is just one of those guys, you know, he's confident and he has the skill to back that confidence. That's why he can be that way. But a lot of duos really did show up here as well. Even D-Roller, right? They jumped up in placement.
Yeah.
Just off of, again, these solo efforts, man. This is the time to do it.
I mean, even right below Kanata and Azers, we saw Bucky and Okus, and one thing I couldn't help but notice was those Rift Island points that came to hold for them, because that extra 15 objective points, that's an extra 15 onto their accumulation so far. That 149 would be looking a little different without those objective points, and we know Bucky and Okus have definitely kind of established themselves as a team that loves trying to challenge for Rift Island, so seeing them take advantage of that in Game 3 was big.
Absolutely. Well, hey, I'm getting word. We have a member of our community standing by because it is the halfway point of the competition. So we got to check in. This is Jay Prosperin, Fortnite fam. Give him a big what's up. How's it going, Jay Prosperin? How you doing?
Yo, what's up, yo? I'm doing pretty good, man. How are you?
I am doing fantastic now that we get to talk to you. Bro, how are you enjoying the FNCS? I mean, I know you've recently won a zero build tournament, so you're kind of a big deal, but how are you enjoying the FNCS?
I've been liking FNCS. What I'm most impressed with is Yamzo and Rise, bro. The consistency is crazy, and the fact that they're doing it from the low ground is what's super impressive, because they're fighting. When you play low ground, you have to be able to fight, and they're actually consistently controlling and fighting that low ground. Last match was a bit scuffed because of the late rotation and the lobby focus, but that's been the highlight for me.
Yeah, I mean, that's always an impressive thing to witness. But as far as yourself, I mean, we talked about the fact that you had that zero builds win, but what's been your favorite part about playing Fortnite in this season?
This season has been pretty much adapting to the new meta. The red eyes are finally going right. So we've been using a lot of MKs, and for zero builds, we use something called a repeater, and using the repeater with shockwaves, which isn't in building, but shockwaves and repeaters have been my favorite thing this season.
Nice, yeah. And being a competitor yourself, any tips for any of the competitors today going into grand finals, or hey, even globals?
I mean, I don't know if I would have tips for build players. These guys are the top of the top pros. I play zero build, but just continue to keep doing their thing, man. They made it this far, so it's definitely working, and just keep doing it and believing in themselves.
Absolutely. Jay Prosperin, I need the Fortnite fam to go find you, to go follow you. Where can they do that?
Y'all can find me on Twitch at Prospering. That's it.
Well, thank you so much, man. We appreciate you stopping by and talking all things FNCS and yourself. We hope you have a great rest of your day.
Hey, thanks for having me, man.
We love to see it, man. Always, Fortnite's more than just FNCS and competitive, right? Big, big community. Now, of course, it's that time, though. I'm getting word. It is time for more games. We got casters standing by, so let's jump back into all of the action.
More games. Everybody's asking for more games, and it almost feels like it's game 1, but time flies when you're having fun. It is game 4, the second half of the day.
Time flies when you're having fun with friends, of course, and that's what we're doing here, breaking all the action down for you. Look, I've really liked what I've seen from NA today, and it's getting me really, really excited for grand finals, even more so than I already was. And I think the big thing is, throughout this season, there's been one team that has just led the way, and they continue to lead the way, Yomzo and Rise. Will this be another win for them this season? One of the all-time most historic dominant runs we've seen from a team in Fortnite history, and they're just making it look easy.
Yeah, and take note of how they're performing here in week 3. They've gotten the vault 1 out of 3 games. Typically, I've seen them last week get it 5 times, almost similar in week number 1. So they're still continuing to dominate the lobby how they have been before, even without the vaults. Will they get the vault this game? We'll find out, because game 4 starts now. That's 3 points up for grabs for Yamzo and Rise if they're able to get the vault this time around, but they've already proven to not need it a single bit. It's not just the drop spot, it's everything they have in their game plan to find so much success. little bit of a 50-50 goes down. Doesn't really get the loot right out of the gate. So Rava and Havoc are just going to try to stick together. Up comes the zip line. A brave play, and he just immediately gets shut back. Second one coming up. It's basically a 2v1. He doesn't have a weapon on the other side, and he takes the battle just like that.
Oh man, that's tough to watch. No weapon, and so no match at all. This will be another game where these two win out here at the Citadel. Let's take a look back at that one. As soon as he picks up the player with the shotgun, is really, really, really light work. And yeah, easy as you do. Again, 50-50 Osborne battles at the Citadel can be so brutal sometimes, and we're seeing that here today.
Just amazed at the bravery. They really went up as individuals and solos, and that is another team that is on the bubble. They need about 39th place. That is what estimated to be as of now, so they definitely are well ahead of pace to go ahead and achieve just that. Moo and Bacon talk about bubble teams. Another one for them, but their journey is just exponentially harder. They're playing the game on hard mode this time around. They need estimated a top 13th place for their efforts. So these next 3 games matter so much if they're going to make it to the grand finals or have to play for that last chance major. Shattered Slabs, we've been tuning into this exchange almost all day long. Sometimes it's disengaged, sometimes it's a fight right out of the gates, and other times it's Miro and Cooper. That is the only team standing towards Slappy Shores. So respected as a team that already has their global championship spot, and I can see why some of these players don't want to mess around right out of the gates and contest them. Because this time around, we actually get to see this team perform right out of the gates. Typically, you see them rotating around Lowly Labs, third parting for Surge, and immediately disengaging. This time around, it does look like they're taking a little bit of a different approach.
Look, they make it off spawn. There's hope for them to pick up the points. They're backing them all the way to do it. Just top 45 is all they need, realistically, to secure a spot for Grands.
Just a tough situation for Bacon and Moo. They're not necessarily together as that team is approaching them, putting some shots in their direction.
Yeah, and of course, these guys need approximately 13th place if it's going to be a grand finals appearance for them. And so they're going to have to start picking up the pace here in the back end of the competition if they want to be seen next weekend.
Said there was a little bit of a different approach. Both of these teams doing so. Kicks and Vortec are also going towards Lonely Labs. This game, they just don't want to contest it. And already they find themselves in a 1v2 situation. Quickly celebrating, but the battle isn't over just yet. They still have to take down Vorteca. They end up in the box. He immediately gets on out, making that one look easy. Piece control underneath his own. Teeks go ahead and fights back, stealing it in the blink of an eye. Continuously backing down Vorteca, depending on how much he farmed up. This is going to be a battle that you want to end quickly, and for Vorteca, you need to figure out how you're going to separate your 2 opponents into 2 separate 1v1.
Yeah, they are hungry for this one. I don't think he'll get a chance to do that. They are really on it. And they will pick it up. And they'll laugh on him as well, just to rub some salt in the wound.
Seeing how it started as well. Quickly edit through. And typically you see the Havoc, but you're seeing the drum and the damage it does when you're in close proximity, especially if you get caught off guard.
Especially in NA, man. The drum off spawn has been crazy, hasn't it? We've seen so many fantastic plays being made. It's not often the weapon of choice you see from the top players, but it's definitely got its use.
Reds and Fuga just getting more and more aggressive over towards Kenjutsu Crossing. They've had enough of that split drop, especially with another team landing in that direction, stealing away some of that loot. They probably said, who's over here? Who's landing at Kenjutsu? Is it something they feel brave going up against? And I think the answer is yes, but they need to be careful because Peyton Party is another team below Kenjutsu Crossing, probably minimizing the amount of audio that they're giving up. So Booga and Threats need to watch out.
This is such a messy situation. All 3 teams just sort of posted up, waiting for the other to do something.
typically you don't really see this towards maybe the later zones, zone 6, 7, where everybody's kind of forced to play the waiting game for the team in front of them to move. That's just eyeing. See some players over towards the gas station. My only question is, do they know Pate and Cardi are there at the low ground? Saw on the feed that Peterbot was picking up some eliminations. And I think Pollo and Sphinx heard that battle, heard the noise going down. Easily you can see them trying to rotate in the direction. Peterbot takes a massive shot. Sphinx trying to follow up onto that one. Immediately tries to get in the box, but you see him playing very, very calculated, not biting off more than he could chew. And in the minimap, you see not only a third party closing in on the distance, but you see the solo, the player that they left a solo early on in the game, trying to figure out if he can get his teammate back, if it's worth it, or if it's better off playing as a solo. Back and forth. Nobody wanted to back down just yet, especially for Larson and Peterbot, who've actually been having a great day when it comes to these off-spawn battles. So I don't think they're approaching this one any different than they have so far. Larson just trying to make sure to stay with Peterbot. That way, if they try to break into a box like this, they try to take a 2v1, but out of nowhere, a mammoth shot stops them in their tracks. Peterbot's forced to back up, play a little defensive. Larson's doing a good job of aiding to him, and he's backing down yet another opponent, but they need to figure out how to get in the same box. Continues as Pollo and Sphinx stabilize themselves. They took a deep breath in that moment. They're trying to formulate some sort of strategy, disengage, continue fighting. Same thing over on the side of Larson and Peterbot. You see that third party getting a little bored, looking all directions. Larson continues to trade for shots, but he's on the receiving end of most of that damage. Sphinx trying to drop them into the palm of their hands. Nothing is really working out for either one of these two teams just yet. They're just very, very persistent, not wanting to give it up. More big pots for Larson, so this is the max amount of health he's going to have from this stage forward. Now that third party, I talked about them getting a little bit bored, a little bit impatient. See them slowly moving up.
Yeah, look, enough of the play fighting, lads. Let's really jump in. Let's get involved. Let's get the action, yeah? None of this tickling business. Let's start throwing bangs right now. Let's throw punches. Yeah? Is that going to happen? It seems like it. Peterbot trying to get in a bit closer, but Pollo and Sphinx deciding, look, no more of this. We don't want to actually fight. We will scurry away.
I honestly think they won that as well. If you had to put a victor on that fight, I think they did. They traded with Larson and Peterbot much more. They got them expend their big pots. So for Pollo and Sphinx, they got their damage, and now they're just trying to play the rest of their game. I talked about Peterbot getting the first elimination. Who would have guessed? Wavy Jacob caught off guard with the Mammoth. And that's when Pollo and Sphinx heard it and started to engage. Rising Yamzo fighting over for the cash. It's Bucky and Okus. Just judging yet again. Another game without the vault loot. There's extra 3 points on the side of Rise and Yamzo. So this is what they're left to do to get those slurps, to get the rest of their arsenal, is fight for the caches or anybody else's that they see nearby. Caches popping, Rift Island being a possibility here soon. Seeing a lot of teams trying to cement their position before that is the case, so that way they're healed up and they're ready to contest it if they want. It's Bacon and Moo. Or just Bacon in this scenario is a solo. You see him trying to just get out of here. So that way he can try to get his teammate back as soon as possible. Get any extra loot that he can as well. This is a massive weekend for Bacon and Moo. They have one of the toughest roads to the grand finals if they see themselves there.
It's not just about seeing themselves there, though. It's about materializing that, right?
Yeah. Jacek and User. They already have one elimination in this game. It's a little bit of a boast of confidence, but judging by everything else, you see the material very, very low. We'll go ahead and toss it over to Mini to see what they've been doing up until this point and if it's worked out.
Well, Jacob, they've been switching up drop spots all over the place. Reminder, this team need a top 13 in order to qualify to grand finals. They switched drops, actually, in game number 3 towards that southwest side of the map, but now they're back to their original drop spot, and as you can see on the screen, it's working out. They picked up that early elimination. They've got themselves a heisted breacher shotgun as well, so they're looking good on the loot department. And of course, because they need those extra placements, those extra eliminations, they're being a little bit more aggressive right now. We're seeing them push for positions. We're seeing them go for more aggressive surge tags and, of course, aggressive fights. I'm excited to see if this duo can do it because they've got it all to do.
Thank you very much for the update, Mini. Look, the big problem I have is that in a clutch situation where you need everything to go right, top 13 is not easy in this lobby. If you are changing up your drop spot, something so drastic in your game plan, that to me is a sign of uncertainty, a sign of a lack of confidence in your ability to make things work with what you are used to. And sure, they have switched back, but that's going to be a roadblock for them. Clearly, they are in their own heads, and they are really very much almost panicking, right? And trying to find any sort of solution that will push them into the top 13.
Yeah, those are the things that we talk about when players switching drop spots, switching game plans. We've seen it actually, I feel like this season more so than ever, that when you switch up from what you're used to, it doesn't necessarily work out. It's Donnie and Problem, they're trying to switch it up. One of the first teams here. Haven't really seen them on Rift Island for a couple of games now, but Muzz and Paper have entered the mix. They already have 2 eliminations, and they're trying to beat one of the first teams there. Just like you have 2 on top of Rift Island, one looking like they're trying to figure out their plan and way up. 3 more teams directly towards the left. So I feel like this has the potential to be a much more active Rift Island fight than we've seen up until this point. No one's really wanting to contest them. Especially, I feel like, since they already know the team's up there, they've been capturing it for a while. They may think it's a moot point. Mazega and Cal Messi just trying to rotate. When it comes to Storm Surge, they're definitely not in a feeling of comfortability. Especially add on the fact that no way to go up over 150 effective shield and HP due to the lack of big pots, which means they're one-shotable with that Mammoth. As Miro and Cooper, we tune in as they quickly finish that fight against Vanilla and Convic. Some 31 aboard Storm Surge threshold. I see a team boxed up. You can almost guess more times than not that is a loot cache. So you can see them probably thinking about the idea. Do we want to go and try to rotate in that direction, get some scraps, anything that we've worked with? And Miro's probably way ahead of you. Says, yeah, come join me. That even gives them a potential flank on that team if they forget that they're there.
I like the intention here. Could pay off. No, but they are well aware. It's fine though. Trying to wrap around the other side of the zone.
Corner goal, just playing defensive, waiting for the perfect moment to compete. Misses the shot, but I love the effort. Doesn't scare OMG, Me Too, or PAL one bit. They're ready to fight. In order to be the best, you have to beat the best. And yet on the fact that Storm Surge is also forcing this altercation. OMG Me Too taking so much damage. Storm Surge itself is beginning to tick in, and as soon as he peaked, he got fired back upon by Acorn and Cold. They have timing on their side. The longer this one takes, the more probability of them having the success. He continues to peek through. Pow not finding any sort of shot to scrape through. Storm Surge continuously draining their shields. Pow gets back down once again. Acorn and Cold, the defensive masterclass here as they fight from the low ground.
Cold heard me calling Yomzo the best player in the world and said, oi, 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 don't forget about me, yeah?
Have you not seen what I've done already in my career? Especially at the grandest stage of the FNCS Invitational, that 1v2 to bring his former duo Scented back into the game and get that top 3 placement. But instead of top 3, Cold and Acorn looking for that #1 spot. As another team strolled their way, continue to play defensive, keep themselves low. That one ends. Now it's TK and Jackson, who are also hurt. With a solo towards the low ground that got taken down, and OMG Me Too, Acorn and Cold are going to at least get one of those 2 eliminations. Pressure being felt right now from the Heat and Skittles. Still outside his zone towards Creaky Compound. Cheeky play, try to some destruction through the builds. Up and over with that zip line. That's J6. That's User on the other side, who immediately disengaged. Miniminer broke down the importance of their day, especially with a slow start in the first 3. These last 3 mean so much. The Bead just takes down Tavern in the distance, and he has to rotate in that direction anyway.
It's just become such a normal occurrence, seeing plays like that.
This is one of the riskiest paths I've ever seen anybody take.
It's good.
It's chopped down, right?
Yeah, he made sure to build above the water in case he got chopped out.
Nice plays with that breacher. Just continue to break the builds, not allowing Lawrence time to get that revive off on his teammate. Kind of leaving him hanging. But it's almost a must if he wants to try to survive, get some points underneath their belt. Fortunately enough for Tavern and Lawrence, it's almost mathematically impossible for them to reach the grand finals, so it's practice for them going into that last chance.
So many mats as well from that. I wonder, I hope Tavern dropped his mats to his teammate before he left, but from how many mats you got, I don't know if he did. Maybe he did. Maybe he was also cat mats as well, but either way, a nice in from them to pick up Tavern in the zone.
Crazy right now with Rise down. Look at their loot, no vault. Almost seems like no weapons cache unless they use those slurps early on. Just 4 big pots, which require a good amount of time, especially when you're under pressure. So for Yamzo, you called him the best player in the game at this point, and this is his chance as a solo to try and prove it.
Mud sliding his way on in. And past some players here as well. Needs to be careful though, as there are players to the side who look to try to take shots at him. As he runs in here, not much HP and not much he can actually do about it. The big pots will get him back up to a good spot in his shields, but the pressure coming through probably won't allow him to actually be able to do anything. And quickly disposed of here.
Okay. Let's see who we need to watch with the Mammoth. Been hitting quite a few headshots so far. Trashy goes down. Judging by the 2 eliminations, they might have got both on that respective duo. You can see them using all those mats that they just got, building up, and then refreshing their metal. Just trying to make sure that they're ready for this endgame, especially since a lot of the teams have already rotated the zone. If they get held out, they want those mats to hold on as much as possible and not get kind of drained. Place is all that's needed for Mud Hut Boy and Chris. For Mud Hut Boy, almost had the Cinderella story last season, in almost qualifying in a 1v1. He went down at the tail end and it cost him everything. He's looking for redemption now.
Yeah, redemption for them comes in the place of 36th place today in order to qualify for the grand finals.
Antiques Miniminer broke it down. Slow start to the day, but so far it is looking good. But I don't want to speak too soon. 27 teams still alive. 2 more need to go down before the first inkling of placement points begin to set in. Then begins the cascade from there. For every duo you do survive. And for Penta, And Teaks, they need, I feel like, to start building that confidence here. They need to start getting into those top 15s, into those top 10 placements.
They're close. Won't take much in this game, and they definitely have a loadout good enough to push their way there. Bucky and Okus this game will be looking for a bit of revenge. Of course, second place can sometimes sting and burn. They are so close to touching that victory royale. They'll be pushing to try get back there. Vive and Skittles may just be pushing to get back on the hype. Their best game came playing from that layer. And with the breacher, it's always possible to take it.
Just making sure that all these builds are his and his alone. Doesn't want to get any surprise for somebody that peeks through. He is on that ultimate low ground along with Skittles. He has TK and Jackson right above. Donnie also rotating by, but Donnie is a solo, much less to worry about. Even the potential to get taken down, and Vive and Skittles spot him out as a solo as they continue to move forward, trailing behind TK and Jackson. A lot of these builds have the potential to be recycled, and as they get lower and lower on that low ground, Vive and Skittles could use that as an opportunity to go.
Yeah, you can see him making sure to stay a bit higher up here, not fully committing to playing low just yet. Understandably so. If there's an opportunity to play for height, they will, but Bucky and Okus will be the ones to hold on to it. In the meantime, for first movement, let's see how they do holding it. Ooh, that's a fork in the road. Of even Skittles, who probably would have tried to play for height, have run into a bit of a roadblock. Aviv goes down. And that just leaves Skittles left as a solo with 17 builds left. I'll tell you what, I doubt there's going to be many high ground plays made from him.
Yeah, and it's just, when it rains, it pours. He has literally the farthest pool in the lobby as a solo. Not a lot of builds. He has his work cut out for him. It's Quesito. Just trying to go ahead and have some sense of that high ground. We talked about the importance of staying away from anywhere that is that low ground, especially as the zone continues to pull up and over mountains, making it harder for players to kind of have a lot of those materials in the end game. Penta and Teaks do a good job of taking down Age and Jeff, and they steal away all his
This is so good. 22 points for this team. They're edging closer and closer to what you'd assume would guarantee them the top 45 that they need. Already sitting comfortably right now in the top 20, and so realistically, it's looking very good. And every second that passes by, every team that falls, is just adding and adding to that point tally and to what will be a slot in the grand finals for this team. Penta and Tex, almost a bit of a victory lap endgame for them. Even as Penta falls here, Tex is still going to be in a good spot to just try hold on.
I feel like haven't seen too much of threats in Booga in the end game. Just a sour rotation. They get taken down with a lot of that elevation as Kanata and Aters. 3 eliminations so far as Teaks and Penta go down, but a top 15 placement at the bare minimum. Great amount of placement points being picked up. Same could be said for Chris, trying to put himself at the top of the leaderboard after 4 games.
Chris, not an easy spot to be in, but they've been good so far today, and they'll need a good solo performance to continue that run. And this is really nice from the pressure he's putting onto Pars and Baka there is unbelievable. They can barely handle it. He might pick up a limb as a result of it. Yeah, Baka will fall, and he gets the credit for it. And maybe another one will be added. Reet very low, and Reet gone back to the lobby. Putting in that work before falling.
That was big. That was a huge amount of points for Chris as a solo. Got to be getting a round of applause from his teammates, but TK, Jackson both go down. Bucky and Okus, they're the team highest above the ground, and you see them looking below. Kanata and Agers, they're weak, but they're still standing tough and inch themselves into the top 3.
How much more are they going to be able to do when Bucky and Okus are looking so strong? The Medness and the Slurt, if the heal off is needed, but I don't think it will be. They can just wrap up the game right here. Look at all these players stuck in a bit of a ditch. They can just sit above and pressure. Not many materials in hand, but the zone pulling in their favor, trapping these guys down below. Aegis has no chance of getting up. He's just gonna have to stand there in the zone and let it take him away. Okus and Bucky with the easiest win they will get in their lifetimes.
From Rift Island to take in the game overall. They even have a second place on the day as well. They're using this day as practice. They are going ahead and solidifying every single move that they want to make, and they are just completely taking over. It's shots like that. He put the pressure on the Muzz, easily cleaned that one up, and even took down Paper's health, setting him
that
to low
limit to
ground.
Muzz was so crucial. That duo was going to be one of their biggest competitions in that game. Muzz and Paper was so stacked. They were sitting high up on good layers, and to sneak in that headshot there, really nicely done. That is a tough game. And look, in the end, it is duos, but they had a teammate in the end game. The Storm was on their side, and it allowed them to sit back and relax as they won that game. It pulled up the hill. Nobody had a chance of getting up. Easy as it gets for that duo.
Yeah, but it's not easy for everybody here in the lobby. With 4 games done, time is running out. We need help. We need Zeke and our analysts to break down the leaderboard and that last game.
Thank you guys so much. 4 games down here in NA. Only 2 more to go before that's it. The competition is over, and then we start focusing on grand finals next weekend. So you know the pressure is on for these duos. For Okus, for Bucky, 9 eliminations, the Victory Royale, and all from high ground. This one, I don't want to use the term free. It wasn't free. They obviously put in a lot of work, but from their perspective, it was probably like, yeah, all right, sweet. Father Mao's gonna help us. Let's go.
They just had the God positioning at the end there with that zone pulling back in their favor over the hill. Just as Levin mentioned, you will never get an easier Victory Royale in your life. But again, them making it to that moment in the first place, it doesn't even look like it's easy necessarily for this duo, but they've just done such a great job at reading how the lobby was going to play out.
Yeah, exactly. And listen, I mentioned it before that this weekend is pretty much all about practicing for Bucky and Okus. We already know that they're already qualified through to the grand finals. They're just looking at today and they're like, listen, let's make sure that we have all of our strategies down so when it comes to grand finals, we know what we can do. And if they can replicate these types of strategies and performances in grand finals, then listen, we might be looking at the wrong teams to win it.
Yeah, and again, we're not trying to say this is easy by any means. They just made it look real easy. Now, I want to talk about the standings. There's only 2 games left once again, and now we are drawing ever closer to that finish line because of that game. Bucky, Okus, they have now overtaken that #1 spot. As Vid did mention, though, these guys are in the top 3 in the series point leaderboard, so they're going to grand finals. This is all about practice for them. Agers and Kanata there as well. They did make it to 2nd place in that last game, so they'll get a nice chunk of placement points.
Yeah, and again, even though Bucky and Okus have the first place contention for the time being, with 2 games left to go, hard to count out some of these other powerhouse duos that we're looking at in our top 10. I mean, even in 8th place there, you see Ritual, you see Reet sneaking their way into the top 10 of the 8th place, 6 placements climbed overall, but it would be a pretty tough feat. But again, Victory Royale's being worth so much, a little bit of objective points on your side, and who knows, you might just sneak your way into the top 3 too.
Yeah, now it'll start to, bring up the point in conversation here, whether we'll have to take some of these performances with a grain of salt. Like, who's, out of all these teams that are already qualified to grand finals, do they really want to keep playing their hearts out? Do they really want to start, revealing some of these strategies that we know that they can already do so well? Might just be a little bit repetitive at this point. So, I'm talking about like Yamzo and Rise dropping down the leaderboard a little bit. Some of that stuff might be them being a little bit conscientious of the fact that we do have grand finals.
Yeah, they're just trying to chill, right? They're just trying to say like, hey, look, if we know we're good, let's just keep playing and let's try to I would even say solidify our drop spots, right? Let's make sure that we own these places. So in grand finals, ain't no one looking to try and contest us because we will lock it out. I'm also thinking about duels like Aviv and Skittles, right? These guys have been putting on a performance for us here this week specifically. And we've seen it even a couple times, them on high ground. They seem to they're pulling out all these little things in the playbook, and that's kind of what I like to see.
Well, every team is aware of the fact that when it comes to competitive Fortnite, high ground is your key to finding those Victory Royales. We've already seen Aviv and Skittles as well win a game earlier today off of that high ground feature. So it's not that it's necessarily a guarantee, though. That's the problem, is that so many teams have been having issues as far as builds are concerned, and even sometimes when we see teams on height, whether they're controlling the height, the main factor is just making sure that you're suppressing all those lower layers, because again, high ground teams are also having some issues with getting those refreshes that they need of materials because everyone in the lobby is just running low.
Yeah, and one of the teams that I want to talk about, or, solos, I guess, in this instance, was Chris towards that end game right there. We've been talking about Mud Hut Boy needing that 36th place to go ahead towards Grand Finals. And with Chris's solo clutch that game, I'm pretty sure they've done it.
I mean, they're feeling good about that. Again, there's these duos. Most of these guys in even just the top 10. I actually want to flip over the top 20 while we continue this conversation, but most of these duos are already in grand finals. There's only a handful that are just desperately trying to get those last little bits of series points to ensure they do make it to grand finals. I mean, look at these names, man. Again, this is basically grand finals already, Taco.
We're saying basically grand finals, but I'm looking at that 13th placement because right now it belongs to Donnie and Problem. Keep in mind, Donnie and Problem, they can't qual to grand finals. This is essentially practice, I think, leading in to that last chance major for them. But who needs 13th place in order to progress to grand finals? That's Moo, that's Bacon, that's JSIC, and HD. And it's just not going to be easy at this point, I believe, with 2 games left. A little bit of pressure on right now for some of those teams that were on the bubble, needing strong performances today to progress forward.
Yeah, and specifically talk about Moo and Bacon, they did need a 13th place coming into today. They currently reside in 31st place, so I think it's still possible if they have some really good games in games 5 and 6. But another duo that I wasn't necessarily seeing towards that top 5, we talked about them, Swexy and Omizi. They needed an 8th, and they're nowhere even near top 30 right now, so might be an unfortunate circumstance for that duo.
Look, I think anything is possible, right? If Fortnite has taught us anything, it's it takes one game and suddenly you're up 35, 45 placements. You just need to have the game of your life, and you need to do it in the next 2 games. It looks like, especially out of the top 20, 17 of the duels are already going through to grand finals. So I don't know what's happening. A lot of it's practice. A lot of it's just trying to solidify strategies. I just want to see more kind of come out, especially with 2 games left to go. I'm just hoping we see something interesting that we haven't seen quite yet.
I mean, again, there's a lot of options here. I think teams can definitely make it happen, but I'm kind of with Vivid on this one, where I'd expect some of our higher-end duos to not necessarily be wanting to give away anything that they would want to actually utilize in grand finals.
Yeah, listen, I want to see Bucky and Okis go back towards Rift Island.
I'm down.
Saw them do it in game number 3, and it worked out really, really well then. So let's see that come out again.
All right, you guys have convinced me. We can save the secret strategies for grand finals. Fine. But you know what we have time for right now? It's more games. Game number 5 is upon us, so let's kick it right back over to Casters to take us in.
Thank you so much. In game number 5, this is a pivotal moment for some. You don't want to leave it to game 6, the last chance and moment you have to qualify for that grand finals. It's going to be a huge moment for some of these teams.
Yes, it's a big final 2 games. To think we are literally 2 games here away from the NA Grand Finals of Major 3. It's a huge moment. Let's take a minute to pause, slow down, take it easy. Because if you are one of these teams that is so close to putting yourself in that prime position to be able to play in that grand finals, these 2 last games, they mean everything to you right now.
Yeah, we talked about some of those teams needing a big performance. With the way Aiden and Hound have been playing up until this point, I feel like it's almost safe to say they have got their ticket to the grand finals of Major 3, but there's so many teams still fighting tooth and nail to get their own spot. Game number 5 starts now.
Who else will book their ticket to the grand final? These last 2 games are going to be the ones that either make or break it. We've seen some players already put in performances that you'd think would push them into that safety zone on the series points leaderboard, but to be safe, you want to add a bit more to the tally here in 5 and 6. Don't want to let it slip out of your hands. 2 games can change everything in the standings if they don't go your way. So we'll closely keep an eye on all those different teams, Jacob. For the teams who maybe are those safe, has anybody caught your eye? Is anybody looking hot going into the grand finals that you're excited to see?
I mean, I had a list of people, but somebody I didn't expect to get on my list, he actually got put there after that last game, is Bucky and Okus. I think they've one of the teams that is not scared to fight anybody, no matter who it is. If they want something, they are going to go for it. Of course, we have our usual suspects, Ryze and Yamzo, Kanata, Agers, Booga and Threats, as Cardi and Pate. They take a bunch of damage, but we got a huge switch up here, Levin. A big switch up. Rapid and Batman Booga leave Mega City and go over to Kenjutsu, and already they got one. Even in the feed, Jeff is taking down Epic Well. We're having a huge blunder of mishaps, or not even mishaps, but change-ups in this game.
What's going on? I ain't got a clue. But I know I like it because there's action going on and people are going down in the feed, so something good must be happening. Rapid and Batman Booga causing issues here at Kenjutsu, and we're used to seeing a Booga do damage here at Kenjutsu, but it's not typically the Batman Booga. It's usually, you know, World Cup champion Booga that we're used to seeing fighting here, but no, things are changing. And unfortunately, it's for the worst here for Pate.
This is scary, though. This is scary. Pate and Cardi still need an estimated 29th place on the day, and getting dropped off spawn is not what you want to have happen in Game 5. This is what I was talking about, leaving it to Game 6, the last moment where you have to play as close to perfect as possible.
That is tough. Last game is going to be the decider for that duo, I guess.
Second kicks. We saw them away from Lonely Labs last game. This time around, they're returning, trying to take back. Well, it was once theirs against Fusiak and Jasper. No more smooth sailing, no more uncontested for you. Kind of look at the loadout, though. They're primed and ready, but they're separated. That's the only thing that worries me, is Fusiak just continuously trying to put shots through the builds. His teammate Jasper just gets dropped down to just 50 HP. And now Kix is trying to see that as a sign of weakness, using the flapjack to break into the box. Doesn't find success, so is forced to disengage momentarily. It's unfortunate. Unfortunate, because they almost had him. They almost had him in the palm of their hands, as Yusuf going up against Thork and Bolts yet again. They claimed this spot long ago as their own. Said they're fighting anybody who dares contest them. And that's something we've seen week after week after week. And this one is no different. With the first elimination picked up, you can see that Solo beginning to just run away. That's how it kind of started. He's safe. Oh, no.
Wait. Oh my god, he's cooking. Oh my gosh, he's cooking. What?
I love to talk, and I feel like I'm speechless right now. That's got to give Bolts a huge amount of confidence. That's something we're probably going to see clipped and shown around later, as Aviv and Skittles continue to fight anybody in their path, and you're seeing how their early game starts. A little bit of a contested drop just north of Brutal Bastion. They take out the team. Now they're getting all their loot. Now they're comfortable when it comes to Storm Surge as well, because those players did have shields, so it's over 200 damage when it comes to that threshold. Now that everybody's healed up, round 2 starts. Kix just gets denied entry at the last end. They trade shots. Kix being persistent. Has to be careful, though, because that piece is owned by Jasper. But the 2v1 from 2 different angles. And strength in numbers works out as they send him back to the lobby in Game 5.
Ryze and Yamzo have not had the best last couple games, but there has been reason for that. Of course, we sort of picked up on it throughout the games every time we got a chance to tune into them, but they didn't seem to have the god loot we're used to seeing them have. And part of that is because the bot didn't spawn a couple games for them, so they weren't able to get the vote, and then they missed out on their cash a couple times as well. And don't get me wrong, there were a couple blunders here and there in terms of lack of awareness, getting headshot by the Mammoth a couple times, but here and there it's been pretty unlucky games for them. But hopefully these last couple will be back to their game 1 and 2 ways.
Just look at it from an optimistic perspective, glass half full of this is happening here in week 3. Now they're getting that practice of how to play without all that loot, without the vault, without the weapon cache. Kind of give them another angle to work with, and so far they've been finding quite a bit of success. Multiple second place finishes on the day. It's Pollo and Sphinx. I've seen them in a lot of skirmishes. We talked about teams trying to defend their drop spot now that they not only have their grand final spot secured, but in terms of Pollo and Sphinx, they have their global championship spot secured as well.
Yeah, that is nice to know, especially doing it, being secured in the upper bracket, right? You almost get those, you get the 2 chances, the 2 different lobbies you get to play out if the first one goes awry, that is. So we'll have plenty of opportunities come time for global championships, but of course the focus will be on this grand finals and what they can do here.
This is a big battle, Blue and Bacon. If there's any time to pick up the pace, is in these next 2 games. They definitely have a juggernaut team right in front of them. Pollo and Sphinx, the one we were just talking about. This is going to be a very, very risky fight if they do want to take it. Over here towards Rumble Room, you see Moo trying to disengage, calling for Bacon to follow. This isn't a position they feel comfortable in, so they're just going to go ahead and try to rotate on out. But as soon as they leave the ruins, Mammoth pistol yet again onto Moo. I don't know if Pollo knows that one had happened or not, but either way, he's seeing this as a green light to go. First piece is going to get stolen. Bacon doing a good job of aiding his teammate, backing down Pollo momentarily. Persistence is the name of the game, though. Pollo almost runs through him there with 130 damage. All of Bacon and Moo's heals are going right out the window.
Putting them to work right now, and we know how much better they have to start doing if they want to be playing in grands. Pollo and Sphinx are not going to really allow that to happen for free. Aiden and Hounds, another one of those teams that we're watching throughout the day, and they are currently performing way ahead of what's expected for them to be able to make it. And Aiden himself is currently performing way ahead of his typical level. That was a crazy shot.
That's huge. Aiden just continuously getting better, but every good run comes to an end. He takes a huge shot. 17 HP, continues to get more than more. They're fighting the storm, and oh my gosh! What did we just witness out of Aiden? He just told you right then and there, I didn't come this far just to get this far. I want to go to the grand finals.
My mind is blown. Wow, Aiden, look at that smile on his face. He knows what he just did. We know what you are, Aiden. Oh my goodness.
Him. I can't believe what we witnessed. I feel like I've seen everything when it comes to Fortnite, and then I get proven wrong. This one was just magnificent. The double pump with the Mammoth. Floto got dropped quicker than anybody I've seen before. And then Aiden, the daring play, no HP. And we basically all or nothing in that moment, and he comes out on top.
That is just beautiful. Poetry in motion from Aiden there.
Never thought I'd witness such a thing. Gustavo and Ian, another team on the top of the leaderboard. Haven't really seen too much of them, but they're consistently getting early game eliminations, putting themselves in a prime spot to be at the top of that leaderboard. And I did see earlier on in the same game, Bucky did go down. We're glad to see him in the distance. He is back up. Ocus definitely putting himself to the test as Acorn and Cold are just looking around. They know other teams land in this position, particularly both Bucky and Ocus. But they're just hiding in the bush, waiting somebody to forget about the Mammoth pistol in this game. Some would say slow and steady wins the race. Can't argue too much, especially with how successful Acorn and Cold have been since the inception of this duo. But I feel like just looking at this, we know what's about to happen, how conditioned Bucky and Okus have the lobby, sitting next to that rift, waiting for the island to spawn, and they want to be one of the first teams towards the top of it. They got first in that last game, and now they're trying to hold on to it. It's a waiting game for them down here.
I love that emote, man. You can just hear it in the back.
Just hear it in the distance. And then just seeing the little outline, they're just having the time of their life. They probably realistically know a team is down here, so that's why they're just kind of waiting for them to rift, and then they're going to go. They might not expect Bucky and Okus to play a little bit more aggressive than some would say, but Okus building up towards the top, so now his position has been revealed.
That's just too good, man.
Like this D-Roller. And Noxy only needed about a 45th place on the leaderboard today to get the grand final. So again, congratulations. See you there next weekend. All about trying to condition the lobby. You hear the rifts going off. That's Tavern and Lords trying to be one of the first teams there. D-Roller and Noxy as well. In the minimap, so many other teams as well, a potential threat.
How much space he's claiming. Doesn't want there to be any if, buts, or maybes about who captures his flag.
Has to be careful though, as he's going down the refarm. If he didn't get the memo that Tavern and Lawrence were there, he has to be careful. Now in comes Peterbot and Larson as well. They were a team that kind of started inside of the bubble, but had the potential to drop out, but on their performance on the day, it's almost safe to say it might be secured. Vanilla's still not backing down off this fight. Interesting decision for him to pick up the Mammoth and drop the Slurp. He wants to be able to pack a punch that much more.
Let's take a look at this. See, I was wondering why we didn't see Bucky and Okus just jump on Rift Island straight away, and it's because Convict and Vanilla's had something to say about it. Bucky taken out.
Only second time today, but we got so much action going down around the map, particularly with Moo and Bacon, who need a big day. Mini Miner, gonna throw it over to you to break down their performance so far.
Yeah, you mentioned it right there, Jacob. These guys need a big day. They need a 13th on the leaderboard, and going into this game in 31st, not been the best day for them so far. But this game, they're being very, very aggressive. They have it all to do, and we can see them here trying to go for this elimination. They don't quite connect, but they do get the refresh from, of course, that elimination that another team got. A beautiful pickup on that Mythic Assault Rifle as well, and they try and seek out the teammate, and of course, they do pick up the teammate as well. So a really nice couple of eliminations early on for this team, which is great to see. They need about 156 points to get that 13th place, so keep an eye out for this duo.
That is a huge mountain to climb, but I feel like anybody in their position would be up for the challenge. There's a huge difference between starting in the upper bracket, the potential if you qualify through Major 3, and starting in the lower bracket, which is what happens to anybody who qualifies through that last chance Major. As you see in the feed, Vanilla is going to take down Bacon. Ugan threats, just eyeing onto Zuko. They see the builds. They know somebody's there, and in their head, they probably think he is by himself, so this is a chance for them to not only pick up 2 points, Storm Surge and loot. Just like that, they make it look easy. Never hit the ground.
You said something last game that I very much agreed with, in that you wanted to see more from these two in endgame. We haven't quite really seen it. I think Booga and Threats are premier names of the region, but there hasn't been that standout performance that's made me think this season, hey, these guys could win the championship when it's all said and done.
Definitely a huge possibility. They still need their global championship spot as Peterbot gets tagged up. Larson's there to edit him out and even fire back, trying to force his opponents into a defensive position. This D-Roller and Noxy as well, 2 teams, both inside and outside of the bubble on the day. A momentous fight. as they continue to try to fight for that elevation on the side of Peterbot, backing down his opponents. Doesn't know exactly where D-Roller's at, is peeking through the cone, hiding, even drops a layer for a short moment. Him and Noxy trying to get all that real estate towards the low ground. Finally, Peterbot gets that first piece under his control, but has to be careful. Larson's on the other side. He gets taken down. And that's just the risk you take of trying to enter 2 different angles as Peterbot continues to fire off. A huge shot's going to be landed. Another one goes down as D-Roller has left Noxy by himself. And I feel like this is the second time we've seen Peterbot in this position.
Not again, Peterbot. Surely not another 1v2. Surely not, Peterbot. So close, just a couple edits away. Can he connect to the shot? He's going for the pick for Peterbot. You can't keep doing this, son. You just can't. It's not fair. You shouldn't be winning 1v2s. He does it every time. Oh my golly gosh. Peterbot.
A perfect situation for him to clutch up. Took down D-Roller first. And just again, that's the second time in this game alone we've seen a team on the back foot and really push that fight and it finds so much success. Woo. Keep them coming. Keep the highlights coming.
That's what we're getting today. Highlight after highlight.
We're down. A lot of teams still have to rotate in towards the zone. Going to be met with a few teams that have already beat them there. Luckily for them, the landscape doesn't seem too drastic that we've had in some of our other games. Hold by himself, this is going to be tough. There's a couple of different teams here in this position, including the one that hit him with the elbow drop off the top rope. Pollo's just trying to go and continue this aggression. There's a full duo right in front of him. He's not backing down just yet until his pieces get stolen away. You can see why he's being so aggressive. 75 below the damage threshold. He knows it's almost now or never, especially with him being by himself. I wish he would pick up that mammoth and just eat the shieldfish. I feel like it's just get more out of it throughout the course of the game. Cannot and Agers. Solid performance so far on the day. Almost like a mixed bag, but just like everybody else, you travel in the open, you don't build, you're just susceptible to mammoth shots.
You know, these guys have been having a pretty decent season. They always had a good week. Second place in the Cash Cup wasn't too bad. And so coming into this competition and heading into Grand Finals, I think definitely up there as one of the favorites to take it all here. Everybody wants to see Canada do it. You know how confident he is in his own ability. And that shines through best when playing with Aegis.
Definitely up for the challenge. Continuously falling below, almost 100 more damage below than we last seen him. And a couple of cheeky shots, but still not enough to go above. But that one is definitely going to push him up that much closer. Still below by 25. But at least it allows him to have a little bit of a breath of fresh air. As he jumps into a box and he takes down Revise. That was a huge find, because now he's going to get a huge amount of loot if he's able to clean this one up.
This is so awkward. You can see he's trying to get the loot, he can't get it. This is a run back into zone, there's a player there. And now he's forced into another fight. And he's only 27 HP, the zone's sticking 5 at a time. Needs to get this elim and fast 124 to the dome. Definitely will help along the way. And the siphon coming in as Casca falls. And he had a slurp as well. Brilliant. But will probably be able to get in still. He's got quite a ways to go, Jacob.
Yeah, if we see him finding even more success here, we know what battle to pinpoint when he was a solo, much like Agers here. Talked about a good game up until this point, but without Kanata, that puts a lot of pressure on Agers as himself. But luckily, he isn't too far away from the zone, so as a solo, he's about a hop and a skip and a jump away. Combine that with the slap splashes, he'll be there in no time. Saw clicks momentarily on the low ground as well. Definitely got an elimination. Aiden keeping up the pressure for early on this game. He took down Paper. Koyo still landing shot after shot around the lobby. This elevation, kind of just crushing people's hopes, dreams, and games. Ooh.
Oh, wow. Aviv. I mean, come on.
Definitely makes it look easier than some. The pressure has been turned on him.
Almost another one.
This is just some of the risk of just trying to spray a team. You got the timing right, like Aviv. You know exactly when to kind of pre-fire. We're finally getting what we want. We've talked about more Booga, more threats. Now they have a little bit of that high ground, but lack material. And that's why you see them sneaking around, trying to figure out which duo they can kind of catch off guard, so that way they can get even at the bare minimum siphon mats.
They might look to jump right into Jeff's box, but Jeff is there waiting.
Jeff and Gary, team forming, kind of practicing for that last chance major. Mathematically impossible for them as Booga and Threats find a little trap door and exit towards the bottom. Huge shot is going to be fired. He's trying to break into the box. He knows how important this siphon is. He needs the mats. He needs the resources. And down goes Tavern. All of that loot going on over to Booga. But it is the bare minimum when it comes to resources. And just like that, he's almost
But good news, Booga's clearly feeling it.
Feeling good, feeling all right. 5 eliminations just by himself, 7 total as a team, as we continue to move into the top 16. With what little resources he has left, he finds some elevation. That can give him more information as he continues to look around the lobby, but now the pressure is on. He gets aggressed. Brox gets broken. His piece gets taken. He's scrambling around with no builds to his name to kind of figure out where he's going to find a shot, and it's Larson towards the backside of the zone that he peeks out first. Peterbot has no choice but to continue moving with the zone, so Larson doesn't have much help.
Oh, so unlucky. Doesn't have the HP to hold on. Ages in a similar boat. Aviv will pick up another. That's 4 so far this game. Skittles has dropped though, and so it's all up to Aviv and just these 2 remaining builds to make something happen. Now down to 1 as he looks to pop a big pot. Rising Yomzo though, on the receiving end of some pain, of some hurt, and really stuck in a tough situation here. This isn't the kind of control we're used to seeing them having. We like to see them on the front of the zone, claiming space, taking people out, but they're just gonna have to make this work, and they will as well. Rise picking up 1.
Yeah, good scramble. He's trying to keep himself ahead. No time to pop that big pot just yet. And even more so, Rise has to go ahead. Yamzo doesn't have any builds, and just like that, to turn the corner. First of the big pot's gonna be popped. He sacrifices 10 HP to make that possible. He could not take another tick of the zone. Otherwise, he's gonna go down and leave Rise by himself.
Even as a solo, still fragging out a 8 elims all by himself. I don't know how he's been able to do it so well to this point, but he's making it happen in a zone pullback. We'll just give a bit more time for Yomzo to try dig in for some loot as Rise has finally fallen. And he has to go up and into the sights of Aviv, who we know is on a tear right now. He's going to choose to go the other way and take a different fight, but it will still be Aviv that is the lobby boss on the low ground. And he tried to do it again onto Jeff, but finally taken out.
Yep, the only duo that was in the lobby, almost inside of the top 10, Zukis and Kinzo, as they spot Asian Jeff down below and they take him out just like that. The double pump with the Mammoth to destroy the cover and the shot to seal the deal.
Zukis and Kinzo with another win that, when you look at it from their POV, it wasn't the most tough of victories. It was all the action below though that was really interesting to watch. Seeing all those different teams battle it out. These guys could just sit here and wait. So many different old builds being talked through. and they didn't really have much vision. They didn't have much room and much space to pick up limbs, and it's why it's only 2 limbs for them. But that's not too bad. If you told me you win a game in a lobby like this and all it takes was 2 limbs, I'm definitely taking it. Not bad at all from Kenzo and Zuki's. But again, Jacob, it's all that action in between, all the things going on low and mid ground that are really going to be the talking points as we head into game number 6.
Yep, and you said it yourself, game 6 is right around the corner.
Absolutely. Thank you guys so much. 1 game left to go. Man, NA has been wild, but as these guys just call out, this last game was just chaotic, right? For Zuki's on the high ground and Kenzo, they're just thinking like, okay, what's the strategy? What do we got to do? They just look down, they're like, the lobby's gone. They've just eliminated each other. We'll get a Victory Royale. Still, a Victory Royale is a Victory Royale, so I'm still happy for the duo, but man, what a game.
As we like to call it, a little bit of method to the madness there for Zooks and Kenzo, because they chose to just not participate. And all of that mayhem unfolding below them, it looked like an absolute free-for-all lobby fest. So why get involved if you don't have to be? Just choosing to stick it out on the high ground where it's safe. Zuxo noticed that he had a decent amount of builds by the time they had control of that high ground later on, so definitely had to have been a prime opportunity. They were able to take advantage, dropping, as you can see here, to a lower height layer temporarily just to collect some spotted out, refresh it on materials and loot, which is a big possibility when there's so much chaos happening underneath them.
I mean, we're talking about them not getting involved, of course, in the elimination category for sure, but we saw it right there while they were on the high ground, just constantly spraying everybody that was below them. And unfortunately for all of those players that were on the low ground, most of them were solos, right? So materials were dwindling as a result of the high ground pressure, forced a lot of those fights. And I mean, Zeke, one of the players that took full advantage of that, Aviv.
Dude, again, Aviv's already in grand finals, right? You're already there. And a lot of these duos are already in grand finals, right? It's something like 30 teams or something like that we're seeing today are already going to grand finals. But to see Aviv put in that situation, like just imagine you and your duo go into a competition, one of you goes down and that pressure is on. And Aviv's like, I'll just go get 10 elims. Sure, I don't know.
By the looks of things, it's almost as if Aviv and Skittles just woke up feeling a type of way for playing here tonight in Week 3 finals, because it was absolutely disgusting just watching him go box to box to box. It did not matter what was on the other side of any of these walls, who was around whatever corner he decided to traverse. He was going to find the closing shot for the eliminations necessary to win.
Yeah, I mean, it's just really just all about finding opportunities where other players are looking to, go box to box with somebody else. And he just always seemed like to just strike at the exact right moment. So the timing was there for him, the aim was there for them. Just play this end game so well considering the circumstances. Again, one of those situations right there, we just saw it. Peterbot and Rokane were in the same box, trading shotgun shots, and Aviv's like, oh, hey, thank you for those.
I feel like, and maybe, and I could be off base, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like in a lot of ways, Aviv gives me, translated to EU, Vico vibes. Am I off base here?
I think in that particular instance, I can definitely see it when you think about some of the mechanical prowess that he had to display in order to capitalize on those instances, like Vivid pointed out, with just being aware of where everybody else is at.
That being said, if even Skittles sneak up in the first place, and honestly, Kanata and Aegis have had one heck of a day, Zeke. The fact that they've maintained towards the top of the leaderboard throughout the entire day, and I feel like they've kind of done it in a way that, it hasn't been highlight filled, right? They're kind of just playing their game.
Yeah, they're not really in the spotlight, are they? They've kind of been operating in the shadows in some way. But again, it feels like, this is happening all across the board. Just look at these lists of names, right? Aegis and Kanata, Bucky, Okus, Iamzo, and Rise, D-Roller. Like, these are names that, like, you could just be jumping around. And they're all just doing crazy stuff. Obviously, in the last one, we were just on Aviv. We were watching all of this transpire from his perspective. But many of these duos are absolutely stepping up in these moments, right? They're saying, we are grand finals material, and we're going to make sure that when you look at those standings, you're going to see our names.
And it really comes as no surprise either, knowing that it's Iamzo, it's Rise, it's another highlight feed of these two just absolutely tearing through all these low ground layers. And even what was mentioned during the interview earlier, you have to be so aware as a fighter in that space to truly dominate it. So Iamzo and Rise, it's just low ground is where they know how to operate every single time.
Yeah, and they keep getting it right. And another thing that I'm kind of noticing now, and a lot of other duos and solos in some instances seem to be picking up on it, is that there were a lot more flapjack rifles, I feel like, throughout the day. And we've talked about it week after week that Iamzo and Rise have used that mythic flapjack that they get from the vault, and they transfer that into the end game, and it applies so much pressure. And I feel like I've seen so much more pressure out of a lot of the teams today because, you know, somehow they've managed to get those flapjack rifles into the end game too.
Absolutely, and we did see there on those standings the victory royale coming from the duo Zooks, Kinzo. Look at that, up 15 places. Friends, this is why I tell you, it's not over until it's over. It takes one game and suddenly you can find yourself fighting at that top 10 place. We do know, of course, there's a handful of duos that are still waiting. Where are these duos at? Have you guys spotted them out?
Well, again, really just trying to keep tabs on that 12th place position now, and it seems as though we're still not quite able to fully check off some of those duos that we mentioned a couple of times already. Jacek, User, Moo, Bacon. One more game, one more opportunity, and it's looking like a very tough uphill battle. But for Mahut Boy and Chris, they're golden.
You know, standings aside, I just want to go ahead and give a quick shout out to Peterbot and Aiden. Both of them had incredible 1v2s during that game that are very, very highlight worthy. So shout out to them for those plays.
Absolutely. This is it, Fortnite fam. The last game here from NA. And then that's it. We're done, all wrapped up. And the next stop is Grand Finals. We're expecting all the duos to step up right here, right now. Watch for those moments where they go head to head. When they're eliminated, that's it. Now we then look at the series point leaderboard and see which top 50 will move on. If you're ready, we are ready, and I'm sure your casters, Level2K and Jacob PR, are ready as well.
Not only am I ready for this Game 6, I almost am ready for Grand Finals right now. It's unfortunate we do have to wait a week, but we still need some teams to punch their
The week's gonna fly by, I promise you that. But what won't fly by is this final game for these players who are so close, who need this game to be the one that pushes them into the top 50 on the series point leaderboard. It's going to be the slowest, longest game of their lives if they inch closer and closer to the end game, because that's what it's going to be all about. We have been following them all throughout the day. We know their names, we know their points. We just need to see them solidify those placements and get into the right spots. And it's not going to be easy, Jacob. We've seen already today how hard these lobbies have been.
Yeah, it's definitely been grueling lobbies. It almost looks like any team at any moment can take the game and move up to the top of that leaderboard. And to me, that's exciting going into the Grand Finals and exciting going into this last game. And luckily for us, we do not have to wait long. Game number 6 starts right now.
The moment everybody has been waiting for. We've had 3 weeks of qualifiers here in NA, and every single one of them has shown us the talent in this region is unbelievable. And all players fighting for Grand Final spots, and these fights have began off spawn here at the Citadel all day long. We've seen this one go every which way. Havak and Rava have really done their best in a lot of these games to outdrop and pick up good weapons. That doesn't secure you, that doesn't guarantee you for your opponents are on point, but this time round, to close up the day, they will be the Citadel team.
Last bit of practice they're having, and the change-up that we saw last game is once again being solidified. Batman, Booga, and Rapid claiming Kenjutsu as their own, pushing all those teams that were landing at that main building out altogether, forced into one another. You see Moo going down by Iamzo in the feed. Kanata's taken down a couple players as well. Even Clicks and Epic Well getting into the mix. With this being the last moment, you could see why people are getting active.
Booga and Rapid might just be playing spoiler to Pate and Kati. They need this last game to be good enough to push them into top 50. Coming into this game, in terms of series points, they're sitting around 55th place. They have to survive off spawn, and they have to make it to the end game if they're to push their way into the top 50 right now.
Yeah, it kind of seen what that position is. They need about a 29th place on the day, and he takes down Swexy. And look at that, Swexy, who was formerly landing over towards Slappy Shores, has switched up their drop, and you're seeing how desperate these players are getting. They don't want to have to play through that lower bracket and that last chance major.
As good as it is for Pate, it's also an awful situation for Swexy because he's another example of a player who needs his last game to be absolutely massive if there's any hope of them playing in Grand. Batman Booger and Rapid have something to say about it, for sure.
This is tough. Coming into this game, they were about 34th place. I just said estimated they need 29th. So this is literally a worst case scenario for Peyton Cardi. Rapid and Batman Booga have spotted him out once again with the return fire coming through. A missed shot with the Mammoth and a missed opportunity. Rapid quickly with the drum, tries to go ahead and put the hurting on, but a nice shot by Pate. That's going to allow him to create some distance between him and his lost team.
Run hide, scatter off. The shots there so brutal. Needs to stay in this game. If he goes down here, you've got to think that might be the end of their FNCS Grand Finals hopes. Batman Booga and Rapid have finished the job.
And for Peyton Cardi, hopefully that was vital practice. They go again in that last chance major. See Peterbot and Larson, kind of what they've been doing all day long. Going up against Tavern and Lawrence. More times than not, finding so much success. The few times that they split hasn't been too much trouble. Almost, what are we doing here? He's taking them to a secret hideout?
Taking them on a trip. Wait a minute, what do we have here? Yomzo? Fighting at the Spire? Say it ain't so. Yomzo? Picking up a limbs at the Spire? Sounds about right.
And I saw that was Bacon that went down. I can only imagine, because of where they were positioned on the leaderboard, needing such a high placement on the day, they said, what are we going to do? Let's just land at one of the best spots on the map. If we somehow come out on top, all roads ahead will be great. They just get tagged up, just like Kix lost Vorteca not too long ago. And you can see that team in the minimap over towards Lonely Labs. They're not going to let that damage go to waste. Sacrificing some HP, whittling down Kix even more, making it that much easier for Penta to finish this fight rather quickly.
Yeah, this has been huge for Penta and Tex. The first couple of games were really rough. It looked like it wasn't going to really happen for them, but they fixed up, really fixed up, and their performances so far have pushed them into that top 50, and surviving off spawn again here will probably solidify it for them. If they can just make it somewhere deep into this game where they start picking up some placement points, it will be signed, sealed, and delivered. We'll probably see them in the Grand Finals next weekend, which is exactly what you want to see for them. Congratulations, of course, Bucky and Okis, though, who we've known are going to be in the Grand Finals for quite some time. Their performances in previous qualifying weeks is what solidified that. And the performances here today have been further proof of why they're deserving to be in that Grand Finals, Jacob.
Yeah, whether they go for the Rift Island or not, they know how to find that success. It's almost like they mastered just using the Rifts in general. When to take them, when not to, because you've seen in this game 2 different variations, instantly going towards the top and then staggering themselves behind everybody else as Poyo just takes a massive mammoth shot. Got to imagine that came from User at the top of that mountain, continuously putting down shots. Bucky feeling that same pain. And I think since they don't have all the resources in the world, all the material, Bucky and Okis might be betting for the disengage to come through, especially with the team already solidified their position high up. Gustavo and Ian, they were 5th place. They are 5th place coming into this game. See, they're getting hunted out by Acorn and Cold, and immediately things turn sideways. So 5th place they shall stand. As Acorn and Cold is trying to take back that prime form. We saw them win game number 1 on the day. slowly but surely things have not gone their way. They're just hoping to kind of make up for it here in Game 6. Bring that confidence into the grand finals. Batch and Pamstu over on the southern portion of the map. They land over towards Frenzy Field. You see them traveling on over to that Meadow Mansion. Vault does spawn here this game. There's already a couple of teams here, and even more so surrounding this position. So the third-party potential is always looming. Oh, this is smart. This is smart. They are farming Surge. I've never seen such a smart play come out of Booga and Threats. They lit the campfire, they're splashing the down body, and they're continuously racking up that Storm Surge. I feel like that's one of the first times we've seen them think that far outside of the box. As Pam and Fatch, they're stuck inside of the box, feeling the pressure from other angles. They realize how contested this spot is actually becoming.
Wild things happen in Game 6, Jacob. Very, very wild things.
Still surprised they really figured out a way to farm Surge on a down body. Cost them some heals, so it's definitely one of those risk versus reward scenarios. As Kinzo and Zuki's, they're the ones who actually land at this location. They clean up OMG Me Too. The first of many players all around. They're just trying to back players off.
How many teams are
They're
here?
the ones who try to claim it.
Including the ones that just went down. Like, how many teams was that? Was that like 6 teams here or something?
Yeah, including the ones that disengaged, 6, maybe even as high as 7. You can see Zuki and Kinzo's more than doubled their points in their Game 5 victory, showing that they too have the potential to pop off at any moment and take over a lobby.
There just doesn't need to be 7 or 8 teams in Southwest Frenzy Fields in Zone 3. Like there just doesn't need to be that many teams there. That was interesting. Okay, well, like I said, crazy things happen in Game 6. Aviv?
Especially with the vault spawning over there?
Yeah, that's true. That is a fair point. Look, Aviv is having quite the performance, Jacob. He's actually broken a record set last week by Yomzo for most elims by a single player. Last week, Yomzo had 20 by himself. This week, Aviv has 23. So, going out with a bang in the qualifiers.
Big. These are the moments, like, you already have your spot secured, but they want to go ahead and continue to lay down that blueprint. No matter what obstacle they face, no matter what adversity gets tossed their way, they have what it takes to come out on top. And they've been doing so by landing and pushing in different spots. And there's a huge race for first place because of it. And I'm going to go ahead and throw it over to Mini Miner to give us a clear picture of what that race looks like.
Yeah, there's only about 4 points in between first place and second place right now. It's so close. And of course, we have Aviv and Skittles leading the race at the moment. Of course, we saw Aviv. This is a player that has so many eliminations today. 23, which is the NA record for this entire chapter in a weekly final. So let's see if he can add to that tally in the rest of this game. And of course, come out on top as well. But just not too far behind is, of course, Kanada and Aegis. Every single one of these players in our top 2 teams is actually carrying a mammoth pistol, showing that these guys are really trying to be a little bit more aggressive, go for those tags, and potentially go for some higher eliminations in this last game. It's going to be exciting.
Definitely waiting for that excitement to pop off. We've already seen some throughout the course of the day. We've even seen a few hype moments in Game 6 so far. So that's just a taste of the potential. I'm excited.
Can we get the lovely statisticians in the back who help us out? Can we find out whether or not people who have won week 3 of the qualifier go on to win the finals? Is that a thing? I feel like it probably is, but I can't remember off the top of the head. Is that a thing? Is it bad luck? Is it good luck? I want to know. I do want to know.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting point. Threats. They already have a couple eliminations underneath their belt. They solidify it even more. Imagine what their Storm Surge looks like because of the earlier farm that they set up as Pam. So just bouncing around, trying to enjoy the moment while he can, because he knows that end game is going to be rough, and for some, it's not going to be fun at all.
Possessed, waiting with the mammoth in hand. You know exactly what his intention is here. Let's see whether someone will give him the chance, though. Fatchy looks like he will, but unfortunately, Possessed missed.
Yeah, missed opportunity there for Possessed to kind of start this fight with a lead. And now it's actually Zuko who gets tagged up just a little bit, about 50 shield, maybe even a little bit more. Drained right there. The high ground's taken by Possessed. He's trying to put down some supporting fire and back down Pamso as everybody is trying to quickly maneuver into this position. Pamso and Fatch trying to take advantage of Zuko being here by himself, but he gets caught off guard. A huge shot being landed right behind. Pamso still fighting for a lot of these pieces. He goes up, he boxes him up as well, but Pam goes down. A huge offensive maneuver by Possessed to drop him on his head.
Making up for missing the mammoth shot, right?
Yeah, a little bit. It's not over just yet. Still a 1v2. And a huge opportunity for Fatch, especially with a shot like that being fired. The Slurp Juice is active. So mere seconds is all it's going to take for Possessed to be back up to tip-top shape and continue where he left off. Toying with the angles. Figure out exactly where Fatch is positioned at. Have to be careful. Break through the covers too much as Fatch is continuously trying to fight back, but it's he who takes the brunt of that damage. And with the double flapjack coming out, they're trying to burst through the builds, even getting the piece control. And then down goes Fatch. Him and Pamsu's run come to an end here in Game 6. Thought I saw on the feed both Rise and Yamzo go down. With how dominant they have been in a series of weeks, not just FNCS, but the Duo Cash Cups. A little bit of a surprising misstep here on the day, but that just leaves an opportunity for everybody else to scavenge together, get the points, get the loot that was once theirs as Rift Island appears. Ocus is already there, trying to get the reboot back onto Bucky. In comes Bryce, in comes Chubb. Even Vert and Rokane maneuvering in this direction. Bucky trying to go back and scavenge together the loot that was once his. Spawned with nothing. Slurp Juice being passed around as well. Now that we are in the zone, these players will be taking damage. Very minimal damage, but it's something that at least kind of pressures them in the back of their mind as somebody's trying to launch pad away, using the elevation. Ocus and Bucky just kind of return back to the loot that was theirs before. Kind of business as usual. Wow. Huge shot on Yamzo. See why he fell, how he fell. It's all off the back of Convict. To jump on backboard this fight, Bucky goes down. That's exactly what kind of cost him it all. But we know how that one continues. Bucky is back into the game, and a chance for him to take first back.
Yamzo and Rise out of the competition then for today. And it doesn't look like it's going to be another first place to add to their tally. Either way, though, I still think going into the finals next weekend, they will be seen as the favorites, the team to watch. They have been in scintillating form all season long. I think that will be the case come Grands.
Yeah, I got to imagine with even more pressure on the line. How many teams will even try to contest them over on top of that Rift Island? They don't just try to contest, they built it as a part of their plan here in a lot of these games. You see them just a quick tap, tap, tap with the MK Alpha, trying to get the most accuracy, and it works out. They took down Rokane, him and Vert, and saw them traveling through that Rift Island. Might think twice about it in finals. Farming up. Zone doesn't do too much damage at this stage in the game, especially with the heals that they've acquired from that Rift Island. they have the luxury of being able to kind of stagger themselves backside of zone. That slurp is a little bit of a miracle. Shots just continue to pour in from Mammoth, from the MK. There's nobody really having an easy run, and that's Skittles and Aviv on the other side. Should have guessed. They've been putting pressure all over this lobby throughout the day, which is why they have that first place position on the leaderboard.
Absolutely just milking them for Surge there. It's not like Surge has been one of their worries so far today. It's been part of why they've been so good.
Ooh.
Interesting. So I've been answered here. Only once before in NA has the winner of the last qualifier won FNCS.
Okay. So it's possible. It's possible.
But a caveat, Jacob, is that actually only applies to NA East. Because remember, the new NA region, this is new. We ain't had many NAs, FNCSs, right? We've had NA East FNCSs, we've had NA West FNCSs, and that only applies to NA East. It has actually happened a bunch of times in NA West. But we don't talk about NA West, do we, Jacob? Unless it's you, because you talk about NA West all the time.
It's all I talk about, especially when our shuttles, our rides. That's all I can seem to think about. Possess and Zuko, though, are going to have to think about how they're going to continue to move forward into the zone. Beeb doing a good job, continuously putting that pressure down. But he lost Skittles. That is going to be the biggest detriment to his game plan, especially we're already in the 7th zone, so the chances of him being able to get him back into the game are almost slim to none. One of those tough positions for Aviv because he knows teams are not only on top of him, but are all around. He kind of has to wait here for them to rotate first, and then he slowly but surely follows in their same steps. Saw what first place looked like when it came to Aviv and Skittles. More so just Aviv because he's playing the rest of this one out as a solo. But second place, looking like they're in a much better spot in terms of Kanata and Agers. Slurp Juice, a gold Habit shotgun, and then even a Mammoth pistol. Kanata is one of the prominent players that kind of utilize it as a double pump as a bead. Just taking so much damage, forced to the backside of zone. Big pot going to be used. Med kit probably shortly after. But no matter what happens here in terms of his heals, the potential to get one shot just like that will always be there. Not my fault.
Well then, if you want a preview for FNCS Grand Finals, that's it right there.
This one is gonna get tricky because already you have drastically different elevations in this zone. And the potential to move in the surrounding area makes it that much more terrifying. So we're gonna have to go down the mountain towards the outskirts of Mega City. For teams that might not be prepared, might not have a ton of resources to build, not gonna have the most fun as Cold is just trying to get out, reposition himself because he doesn't have any heals, doesn't have a ton of builds. So he has to be very, very careful with every move that he makes.
If he gets both of these players here, I'm gonna lose my mind.
I'm just thinking it's possible. It's definitely possible. It's Cold of all people. He already has 4 eliminations combined with Acorn, 7 as a team. 131 points. Peterbach playing a game of peekaboo to try to get some shots, some cheeky ones through as he steals away the covers. Split zone is going to begin to move, forcing these players into some action. Perfect rotation from Peterbot, barely even getting looked at on his way towards the zone. Climbed up, built some elevation, but just as soon as he gets there, he gets tagged up from the top, forced to expend his last Slurp Juice but they've been playing so aggressive so far. They have 8 eliminations to their total.
Ooh, you almost had it cold.
Shield just getting dropped. Just a tough spot for Cold to be in. No heals, no builds. Pressure of the Flapjack. Stuck against the mountain. Does a good job of going up 1 layer, but with the builds running out, so does his time. He gets sent back to the lobby by Yuumi and Source.
Yeah, it was only a matter of time really for him. Really tough game to be in, especially as a solo.
Got a toe-to-toe, box-to-box, right next to Clarity and Trashy. Both of these duos trying to fight for that front side of the zone. You can even see them going around right next to Kanata and Agers, trying to beat him there, but that's the same risky play because that's exactly what you have waiting for her. Quick reloads coming out from Kanata, making sure to stay in front of the zone. That's going to be the name of the game, and we're going over treacherous water.
Beautiful rotation for them, letting those guys rotate ahead as they move through the dead side. You see how many maps they're saving as well, just from being able to completely ignore one whole side of the zone as well, and avoid having to cover that side. But these are the 2 top dogs in the lobby right now. Bucky as a solo, and Kanata and Aegis as a duo. The duo, though, is looking more likely to be able to be that team that finishes the day in first, but Bucky will give them a run for their money for sure.
Yeah, talked about how much he loves to fight. He's very, very prominent when it comes to being able to clutch up by himself. Reed and Ritual, they're going to be the ones that claim the high ground for now. Agers takes a huge shot, but luckily has Kanata there. Kind of help on the defensive end. Hold on to his covers, put pressure back when needed as well, and they're just trying to break into the box. Whoever that is barely able to get out alive as Bucky's just scraping through on the low ground.
Brilliantly done, brilliantly executed across the board from all these different teams we see on our screens to put themselves ahead of all the rest of the lobbies, all the rest of the teams. But it does seem like as the zone gets smaller and smaller, they will start to collide. You see Bucky has the attention of the high team, but he's giving them a lot of issues right now. And Kanata and Aegis might just have their eyes set on him soon if they are not careful. He might have something for them. He has something for everyone, it seems, and the slurp juices will allow him to make some plays to keep himself in this game even longer.
Yep, Bucky running into trouble on the low ground, but doesn't even get touched in that moment, but the breachers cause too much. Down goes Bucky, but Ager's feeling a little bit of that same pain. He gets knocked by Yuumi. A great shot through the builds. Kanata, once again, clutching up big. All that loot being left behind. Ager's knows it's all up to him if they want a chance at that first place.
It's a slurp that was sitting there, so we'll see whether or not that comes back to bite him. Does have some mats to get his way into the zone. And there are still so many players left in this one for him to take some fights with. A bunch of solos in it. If he wants to drop down, Cooper below in this top, he's waiting for him. He knows someone's there. He sees him under the stair, but nobody gonna be there just yet. The pressure from the high ground team just making it so awkward, so uncomfortable. And Kanata will finally been taken out. Clicks though, trying to make something happen in this final game. Epic falling. And so that duo will finally be out of it. And so now just a 1v1.
This is an opportunity for Miro to come out on top against Ree, and a perfect one pump takes him out. Cooper and Miro stand tall in our last game of the day. But there's still so many unanswered questions, Levin.
So many different teams have tried their best throughout 3 weeks of qualifiers, and it all comes to an end there with Cooper hitting that shot as we send our way to the grand finals of the FNCS. And big props to Cooper. As a solo, yes, there were plenty of other solos in this endgame, but he was the one that was just better than the rest. So many different limbs, 5 here, and then of course the 6th with that one on to Reet. Not too shabby at all for Cooper, but like you said, Jacob, it's about all these other teams we've been watching throughout the qualifiers. The questions are, who are the ones that made it? Who are the ones that will be playing in the grand finals? I've had an absolute blast casting NA with you over the past 3 weeks. I don't get to do it often, but every time I do, it's a lot of fun. Jacob, I can't wait to see who it is, but for now, let's send it back to Zeke and the analysts to break it all down one last time.
Thank you so much to 112K and, of course, Jacob PR, my best friend. Wow, 6 games in NA, and now we have to start tabulating the points. Now we have to take a look at the series point leaderboard and say who are the top 50 that will be moving on to Grand Finals next week. Before we get to that, I do want to talk about this game and, of course, the day overall. A massive congratulations to Miro and Cooper. Coming into this game, Miro and Cooper were actually 12th. So this Victory Royale paired up with the 7 elims that they picked up in this game, this could have massive implications on the standings themselves and hopefully the series point leaderboard.
Look, Cooper might be the mastermind as far as flipping a coin is concerned, but this was not really that much of a 50-50. He felt so smooth in these final moments, and doing it all as a solo is probably one of the more impressive facts about it.
You know, I feel like Cooper is so comfortable with making those storm plays. You know, one of the first times I tuned into his stream, he made like a call to wrap around the mountain and go in the storm. And I was like, you know what? I really like that call. And then right there, he pretty much makes the game-winning play by going out into the storm and getting the flank on the Kanata and Epic whilst they were fighting. So shout out to Cooper. He's clearly a smart individual.
Hey, evolve the play, right? It could lead to a Victory Royale, and as proven, it happened here today. Let's take a look. The final set of standings are ready for us. Who walked away in that #1 spot on the day? It is Agers and Kanata in a photo finish. After that final game, we saw this duo only coming down to a single one of them, and they did manage to even find 2 eliminations in the process, and it was enough to take over that #1 spot.
Especially when you factor in that Agers and Kanata, they didn't even have a single bit of objective points to their name here today. All of this was on the back of eliminations and really consistent placements, but it's the consistency in their placements that's stemming from the fact that they are just playing outside of their drop spot at Drift Bridge so well. They've really done an excellent job at maintaining their Storm Surge, and the way that they were taking up some of these box fights was very strong and very cohesive as well. Did a really good job in this last game too of staying together when challenging these boxes.
Yeah, I mean, hot off a 2nd place in a Cash Cup, coming out to win week 3 here of the major. I mean, they're looking very, very good. And like Taco mentioned a bunch right there, it's pretty much just how consistent they are in every single game. And me and Zeke talked about it earlier as well. I mean, it doesn't really seem like they're going for any like highlight reel plays. They're not relying on some crazy clutches. It's just solid play throughout. And that's why, I mean, coming in the Grand Finals, I think they're looking good.
I think that is... So remember, as we kind of been talking about it a lot, and maybe you're just tuning in, maybe you're just, you know, hopping off work, you want to watch some Fortnite, welcome. I'm sorry you missed it, go back and watch it, but a lot of the duos we've talked about today are already in Grand Finals, right? So imagine we're 1 week in the future. At the end of this would have been it. Agers and Kanata would have won. So if they come out here, week #3 in that first place, because again, so many of these duos are in Grand Finals, I have to feel like they could translate this to Grand Finals. However, remember, many duos are still keeping a couple strats close to the vest, close to the chest. That's fine. But this is a strong showing as we prepare ourselves for Grand Finals.
Hey, every bit of practice counts, and for Bucky and Okus, that's definitely going to be a strong narrative for them because, as Vivid pointed out earlier, Okus is going to be stepping away, and with Grants just around the corner now for this duo, getting in some much-needed practice here today, taking every single game seriously, that was evident from how Bucky and Okus managed to finalize a 2nd-place performance.
Yeah, I mean, I really like the strategy of them pretty much just hanging around by some of those rift spawns, waiting for Rift Island to go ahead and actually spawn. And they always just rift onto the Rift Island, and it's something that everybody is going to be aware of. So the fact that they have already kind of like implemented this in everybody's minds going into Grand Finals, it's something that, you know, they are very, very confident in and that other players are going to have to be aware of. And I really like how they were looking for some high ground takes throughout the day. You know, they didn't necessarily have it and it wasn't very convincing, but the idea of them looking for it and trying to build up means that when it comes to Grand Finals and there's going to be 12 games, I can almost guarantee you at least one of those games we'll see them on the high ground.
Absolutely, and I think a duo that really stood out to me today, Aviv and Skittles. You know, when I am thinking about these dudes, now remember, Aviv and Skittles, they're like top 20 on the series point leaderboard, so they already had their spot in grand finals. But again, this is practice. Aviv today went absolutely nuclear. He was wild, man. Coming down to that solo performance just a game ago where it was just him. And he said, doesn't matter. I'm going to find 10 eliminations. I'm going to end the game in top 10. If they could have a repeat of this, if both of them could be alive in grand finals, this is a fearsome duo.
I would imagine it to be a little bit more difficult because even looking at the leaderboards, you could tell one of these teams is not like the other, and that was Aviv and Skittles as far as their elimination scoreline was concerned. 37 elims is impressive, to say the least. But when it comes to a grand final set lobby, I wouldn't anticipate a team to have as easy of an accomplishment with those 37 elims, but still just a lot of potential clearly with this duo.
Yeah, and one specific strategy that ended up working out one game very, very clearly, but I still saw them look for it in other games, which is why I'm actually so excited for grand finals for this duo, is the fact that they seem to kind of revert back to something that we've seen a lot before, which is going to the front side of moving zone and looking back towards high ground. Of course, we saw them get their VR using that strategy today, but again, like I mentioned, I saw them continuously look for it, so the fact that they have that established strategy gives me high hopes for their grand finals performance.
Absolutely. In the final duo, I just wanted to call it, of course, Iamzo and Rise. A phenomenal showing, placing fourth today. Remember, these guys are looking for their spot, the Global Championships. Next week, we will have eyes on this duo and see if they could get this run back on the performance. There's a lot more spots next week. It could happen. They just have to keep that momentum going.
Of course, it almost felt like for Iamzo and Rise, they kind of just came out swinging, wanted to let everybody know, hey, look, we're going to take a little bit easier since you guys know that we're already secured, but getting those back-to-back second-place finishes earlier on, while they didn't get a Victory Royale, still a good standing.
Yeah, I mean, in the weeks, first, and fourth, not bad. Rise already his socials, says he's not feeling good about this performance, so we'll have to see if that affects that grand finals.
Wow. Well, hey, look, practice makes perfect. Take a week, take a step back, come in stronger for the grand finals. Now, as our favorite thing to do, well, mine is to talk to our players in our community. We have the winner coming out of this week. Of course, it's Kanata. Kanata, you know, man, we talk way too much. Look, I'm just going to get an extra box, okay? And we can just put you in that box, and then you can just be with us all the time. You're just a permanent fixture now. Man, so how's it feel? How's it feel? Yet again, another W.
It feels really good, like putting in that hard work, fog reviewing, making sure that I don't make a lot of mistakes, making sure that I perfect my gameplay, and seeing that it pays off. It really does feel good. It feels really good.
Yeah, and one thing I've noticed with you, Kanata, is that you've really been going ham in terms of the stream content in particular. And so what has that been like as far as impacting you as a player mentally or just like in-game? Because do you ever feel yourself wanting to get a little bit more flashy with it, knowing that you're like streaming every single moment?
I would say like streaming actually makes me play a lot better because I know that I want to be showing my viewers the best content, which is like getting into endgame, of course. I don't want to be doing anything that will get me eliminated in the game, and I want to make sure that while I'm playing that I show my stream the best side of me, right? And then so far it's looking really good.
Yeah, I just want to give my big congrats. You know, we talked in week 2. You guys mentioned that you were switching up the Storm Surge strategy. It's very, very clearly working, and I think you guys were one of the most consistent duos by far today. But I think the biggest question of all is going to be, will you be streaming grand finals then?
100%. I'm going to be doing a stream. I'm 100% streaming grand finals.
Oh.
I'll probably be one of the only duos streaming it. Besides, I think Bucky's going to be streaming it, but also I want to be... I'm gonna put delay on, of course, because I don't want any mishaps happening ever again. You know what I'm saying?
You know, Kanata, I feel like it's not a secret that you are, you know, someone at the top, you know, and for so many Fortnite players, especially let's say like this next generation, they're looking at you and they're just thinking, man, I would love to emulate Kanata. What is just maybe like a piece of advice that you could give to people that are trying to compete at the level that you're just make it again look easy?
I would definitely say first you definitely need a drop spot because in high like tier 1 pros, tier 2 pros, you need to make sure that you have an uncon drop spot. That is #1 rule in any finals lobby. And making sure with that on draw site, you know everything about it. And I would say drop spot can always carry a player, even though they're not as good as they seem. If they have enough the good loot and they have the good rotations, you don't need to be mechanically fast. You don't need to have the best aim. But if you really have that game sense, you could easily carry yourself with your spot to get an easy top finish in a grand final.
I love to hear it. Kanata, I'm going to ask you this question. I feel like I know what the answer is going to be, and that's okay if you give me that answer. What can you reveal? Grand finals. Is there anything? Is there any little snippet you could tell us? You don't have to tell me the whole thing. Just a morsel.
Let's just say that Deagle, the new pistol, let's just say that I'm going to be carrying it every single game. Every single game. That's my little snippet.
I'm down. I'm down. Well, Kanata, if there's some reason someone doesn't know who you are, they need to go find you. They need to go follow you. Where can they do that?
At Kanata on Twitter, Kanata_ on Twitch, and Kanata on YouTube. That's it. That's all me, baby.
There you go, man. As always, we appreciate you being around. Of course, I'm going to find a way to make that box for you so you can just be here a permanent fixture. Man, best of luck in grand finals next week. We can't wait to see how you guys perform.
Thank you. Going to you guys casting too.
Wow. What a nice guy.
What a nice guy.
I like how he kept it humble there on your question too, Zeke. When you asked him about like, hey, what are some things, like what's your piece of advice? And he could have just said, no, just watch my stream. Because I think it's clear that he is definitely showcasing some high tier gameplay.
It's the way Taco thinks. That's what we have just found out.
Absolutely. Again, many duos have showed up here today, and they're all looking to put points on that series point leaderboard because remember, next week is grand finals. From there, we're looking to move an additional set of duos into the global championships. So if you've enjoyed the play you've seen today, next week will absolutely be a time to come back to watch and of course to cheer on some of your favorite duos, support them, be with them in the highs and the lows. It has been a fantastic weekend. For you guys, what have you guys taken away from today?
Honestly, it's just been awesome seeing our teams that we now have solidified heading into the grand finals and kind of just seeing that the vibes all around are pretty high for the pros. Everybody just seems so locked in now and so focused on what's next.
You know, I feel like we've seen actually a lot of the teams adapt. We've broken it down many times. We keep talking about how Yamzo and Rise, their strategy is very, very heavily based around, getting the vault and then going for the caches. They basically end up dropping their MKs. They have the flapjack rifles going into the end game. And I feel like a lot of teams actually learned from that this week because I feel like we saw a lot more pressure instances in those end games where a lot more teams just happen to have that flapjack rifle. So that might be something that players now have to counter prepare for, where it's whoa, there's a lot more pressure going on in these end games now. How can we combat that?
Man, you guys just have me so excited for next weekend, the grand finals. And I want to talk more about it. There's more things I want to ask you guys, but I'll save that for next weekend. For now, I'm getting word we have this series point leaderboard. So let's take a look. We'll take a look at our top 1 through 10 just to see who those front runners are after the day has concluded. Of course, Iamzo and Rise, Agers and Kanata, who we just got to talk to. Again, many names you've seen competing today over the last few weeks. And again, I think for me, a standout has got to be Aviv and Skittles. I want to see Aviv bring more of that heat. To Taco's point, grand finals going to be a little different. So we may not see 10 elimination solo performances, but I'm still excited to see them perform. Is there a duo on this top 10 you guys are looking forward to seeing?
It should be a pretty exciting time with Poyo and Sphinx. I think that's definitely, I don't even want to consider them a dark horse necessarily because they feel like a team that definitely has a lot of capability in terms of some big surprises and grands.
I'm always somebody who loves to see consistent strategies. Teams replicate them, right, and take full advantage of those strategies and have them work out. For me, I'm going to be looking towards Yamzo and Rise when it comes to low ground domination. Bucky and Okus love the fact that the Rift Island, that mid-match objective 15 points is kind of like their goal. And then Aviv and Skittles, for the first time this week, they showed me that they have that, hey, let's go to the front side of moving zone during those late end games where we usually don't see many teams go for high ground, and let's apply pressure to those teams that are up there. So I think just mentioning those couple of teams right there, we are set forth for a phenomenal grand finals.
Oh, you guys gotta calm down. Stop hyping me up right now. I'm getting too excited. Okay, let's look at 41st through 50th, and we'll see which duos happen to just make it in there at the very end. A couple names here we are seeing. Look at this, Chris and Mudhut Boy. This is actually who I was wanting to call out. Remember, they needed to end the day in a top 36 or higher to make it in. And for the duo, they did just that, finding themselves in that 42nd place, solidifying the fact that they are a grand finals team.
And hey, don't get me wrong, managing to clinch up and make it into the grand finals lobby, always a huge accomplishment, but job's not finished, and all of these teams are aware of that. Now it's eyes locked fully onto performing in grands.
Yeah, and hey, listen, I'm happy to see Byla and NPen make it in. NPen, great personality, and G-Money as well.
Yeah.
You know, we've seen a couple of highlights from him. Love that guy, so I'm excited to see them. And then clutching it up, 50th place, going to be 20 and Pledge. I know 20 was a little nervous on the social, so I'm happy to see that they actually went ahead and clutched up and made it in.
Absolutely. Now, we turn to Heartbreak. We see 51st through 60th. Which duos barely missed out? I know. I'm so sorry. A couple duos here, Quanti and Chip there in that last place, just missing out. We were looking, though, 815 points was like right around what we kind of were guessing it was going to be. So definitely steep competition. But for these duos, one thing remains, the last chance major.
Of course, can never really count anybody out as far as qualing to the global championship is concerned, but Grand's right around the corner, last chance major. I mean, it's still fun to be a participant for, but yeah, that last chance major is definitely impactful.
Yeah, LCM is huge. Grand Finals is huge. Top 10 on NA, top 10 on EU. We'll be going to Globals. I mean, Zeke, I cannot wait to actually go through next weekend, right? And then on Sunday, we just have so many more teams going to Globals. We're almost going to have that thing filled out.
Dude, it's not that far away. It's wild to think we've been doing this for almost this entire year, and now we are so close to what we've all been waiting for, the Global Championships, that last stop. Man, if you've enjoyed everything you've seen here and you want to keep up, you want to watch more, when are we back? Again, that is next weekend. We can take a look at our broadcast schedule. So again, just two key dates for you here. The first being August 12th and 13th. That's when we're holding our grand finals. We'll have 2 days of Fortnite action. We'll broadcast NA and EU. 2 days? Come on. And of course, the last chance major for us in NA. That's looking at August 20th. Remember, that's it. The last chance before Global Championships. With all that being said, we just want to thank you all so much for hanging out with us, for being part of this. Next week is Grand Finals. Now, of course, if you're thinking Global Championships, are there still tickets, Zeke? Let me answer your question with a video. This is the Global Championship.
The best players in the world all battling it out.
Insane matches already today.
These are the moments that make these players championship material.
One chance to make it happen, and they take it by force.
It is going to be absolutely insane. So hey, listen, if you want to go to Global Championships, it's going down. Tickets are available. Come join us. We're going to watch all 6 regions come together. It is going to be absolutely insane. I know, yeah. I say it in the video, but I mean, like, legit, it's going to be insane.
Are you trying to get me to? Is this like a trap right now?
It's not.
For my okay.
Go ahead. We'll wait, Taco. Go ahead.
We'll wait.
No, I think it's good. I think these teams know what they got to do. They got to take it by force.
There it is. And, it's going to be a great time, of course. As we said, As we said, thank you guys so much for hanging out with us. That wraps up the weekend show for now. Next weekend, we'll be back. More Fortnite. Global Championships not that far away, but first, the Grand Finals. As always, thanks to our fantastic casters. We got 112K Jacob PR. We had our mid-game analyst, Mini Miner, and of course, these two incredible human beings being our analysts for today. As always, we hope you have a fantastic week. We'll see you next weekend. And as always, we love you. We'll see you on that battle bus.